And in lane number 3 from St. Albans, West Virginia, Chance Peck. Peck in lane number 3.
Results for Heat 8-6-2 finds Damon Vincent out in front, followed up by Stephanie Hicks with .05 and Mackenzie Dennison with .022.
Underway at Heat 863, Phase A, you've got Lanham in lane 1, B in lane 2, Peck lane 3. Two champs from Region 6 in lanes 1 and 3. Region 10 represented in lane 2. And here they come down past the grandstands to the finish line. And we'll get those results in a moment. Getting ready now for Heat 859. This will be Phase A. In lane number 1, from Conneaut, Ohio, it's Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane 1. Lane number 2, from Ocala, Florida, Corey Walker. Walker in lane 2. And in lane number 3, from Merritt Island, Florida, Logan Webb. Webb in lane 3.
Taking Phase 1 of Heat 863 is Chance Peck, followed by Sydney Behan, and then followed by Jacob Lanham.
8:59 getting ready to go here. Underway at Heat 8:59, Phase A, it's Hayes in lane 1, Walker lane 2, and Webb in lane 3. A champ from Region 6, lane 1, and champs from Region 7 in lanes 2 and 3. Past the halfway marker there, they cross the tunnel. Down in front of the grandstand, that's where things can change a little bit, but we'll see how that turns out in just a moment. Heat 854 at the starting line right now. Lane number 1 from Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Ryan Locker. Locker in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Matthew Wells. Wells in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Polk City, Iowa, Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 3.
Results from the first phase of Heat 8-5-9 finds Corey Walker out in front, followed by Thane Hayes. And then bringing up the third position was Logan Webb with .072.
And we're on track now for Heat 8-5-4. Locker lane 1, Wells lane 2, and Ham in lane 3. A future video game programmer taking on a future medical worker, taking on a future member of the computer or trade industry. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 across. Here they come.
Results for Heat 8-5-4 finds Ryan Locker out in front, followed by Matthew Wells, .012, and Jacob Ham at .067.
Heat 8-5-5 up next. Lane number 1 from Midland, Michigan, it's Jamison Geisler. Geisler in lane 1. Lane 2 from Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Dawson Gordon. Gordon in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Altoona, Iowa, it's Charlie Niggin. Niggin in lane 3. And they're off and racing. You've got Geisler in lane 1, Gordon in lane 2, and Niggin in lane 3. Our champs from Region 5, 12, and 4 in this one. And clean through the finish line for those 3. And we'll get those results here in a moment.
Winning the first stage of Heat 8-5-5, it is Jamison Geisler, followed up by Dawson Gordon, off by .057, and Charlie Niggin at .161.
We move on to Heat 8-5-6 now. Lane number 1 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, it's Ashton Grace. Grace in lane number 1. Lane number 3 belongs to Lake Forest, California's Andrew Knapp. Nap in lane number 3, and we have the pace car in lane number 2. So here they come then. It's Grace in lane 1, Nap in lane 3. Region 12 taking on Region 2. Technically, it says the pace car is Region 0, but I don't think any region wanted to claim the pace car is what it really was. Here they come to the finish. And we'll stand by for some results in Heat 8-5-6. We'll move to Heat 8-5-7 now. Lane number 1 from Murrieta, California, Melanie Ariano. Ariano in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Greenville, South Carolina, Grant Camfield. Camfield in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Lyons, Georgia, it's Alyssa Head. Head in lane 3.
Results for Heat 8-5-6 finds Andrew Knapp out in front, followed by Ashton Grace with a differential of .084, followed by our lovely pace car.
And we are off and racing in Heat 8-5-7. You've got Ariano in lane 1, Canfield lane 2, Head in lane 3. Champs from regions 2 and 7 in this one. Ariano from 2, Canfield and Head from region 7. Region 2 champ on the track means we get the cowbells down here at the finish line from the Region 2 cheering section. There's the finish for that phase. And we're standing by for results from Heat 8-5-7. Heat 8-58, Phase 1 getting ready to go here. Lane number 1 from Camano Island, Washington, Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. In lane 2 from South Elgin, Illinois, it's Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Roanoke, Virginia, Brianna Waldron. Waldron in lane 3.
Results for Heat 8-5-7, Phase 1 finds Alyssa Head out in front, followed up by Melanie Ariano at .011, and bringing up in third position Grant Canfield, .027.
Heat 8-58 on the track right now. This is Phase 1 for these champs. Johnson in lane 1, Tiffany lane 2, Waldron in lane 3. Region 1, Region 5, Region 8 across the track here. And here these champs come to the finish. Clean phase through to the finish line. Another reminder to our champs up top. Do remember, you gotta stay in your lane all the way through run out to a complete stop, or you will be assessed a penalty. So make sure you hold the wheel. Next up is Heat 853, Phase A. In Lane 1 from Des Moines, Iowa, it's Hannah Olson. Olson in Lane 1. In Lane 2 from Meriden, Connecticut, it's Chris Kovach. Kovach in Lane 2. And in Lane 3 from Stafford, Virginia, it's Cody Black. Black in Lane 3.
Stage 1 results for Heat 858 finds Brianna Waldron out in front, followed very closely by Paige Tiffany by 1/1000th of a second, .001. And in third place, it was Ronan Johnson on this phase, .065.
So close racing in 858, 1/1000th is the slimmest margin the timer can pick up before it declares a dead heat. And we're off and racing. Olson, lane 1, Kovach, lane 2, Black in lane number 3. Some good close racing between these champs. Here they come. And we'll get those results here in a moment. While we get ready for Heat 852, Phase A, lane 1 from Danville, California, it's Veronica Stagnero. Stagnero in lane 1. In lane 2 from Uniontown, Ohio, Sarah Colasar. Colasar in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Benji Eds. Eds in lane 3.
No.
Racing in Heat 852, Stagnero lane 1, Colasar lane 2, and Eds in lane number 3. Region 2, Region 6, Region 12 represented here. And there they are at the finish line. A good clean phase for those champs.
Results from Heat 853, Stage 1 finds Cody Black out in front. Close race behind him at .031. It is Hannah Olson, followed by Chris Kovac with .034.
Heat 860, Phase B on track right now. Lane 1 belongs to car 538 of Paige Heron Johnson. Lane 2, it's car 510 of Jenna Wolf. And in lane 3, it's car 524 of Jacob Leonard.
Result for Heat 852 finds Veronica Stagnano out in front, followed by Eds at .059 and Sarah Colasar at .076.
Next up, it is Heat 861, Phase B. Lane number 1, it's car 508 of Marcus Wells. Wells in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 515 of Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane 3, the infamous pace car.
Results from Heat 860, stage number 2. It is Jenna Wolf out in front. These differentials will be accumulative. At second, it was .005, and Paige Heron at .01.
So a very, very close heat in 860. We move on to 861 on the track right now for Phase 2. You've got Wells in lane 1 and Smith in lane 2. Wells was leading after one phase by .037. And we'll see if that holds here as those champs complete their second phase. Don't read anything yet. This is next, and then we got to read those, but that's not ready yet. Next up, Heat 862. And this is phase number 2. So in lane number 1, it's car 517 of Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane 1. Lane 2, car 535 of Damon Vincent. Vincent in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 512 of Mackenzie Dennison. Dennison in lane 3. Nope, not yet.
After stage 2 action in Heat 861, it is Marcus Wells leading the heat at this point, followed up by Jillian Smith with .146 as her differential.
862 Phase B on track right now. Hicks lane 1, Vincent lane 2, Dennison lane 3. A very close first phase for this group. .05 separated first from third. We'll see if Damon Vincent can hang on once we get those results. And we've got Heat 851 Phase A getting ready to go here. Lane 1 from Columbia, Missouri is Owen Schilling. Schilling, lane 1. Lane 2 from Council Bluffs, Iowa, Emma Roseland. Roseland, lane 2. And in lane 3 from Terrytown, Georgia, it's Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 3.
Stage 2 action for Heat 862 finds Damian Vincent leading out in front, followed by Stephanie Hicks with a .002 differential, and bringing up the third position, Mackenzie Dennison, .011.
Off and racing in Heat 851. It's Schilling in lane 1, Roseland, lane 2, Driggers in lane number 3. It's been good close racing as you expect out of these Rally Masters champs all morning long. No exception right here. Here they come to the finish. Results in a moment. Heat 863 at the starting line right now. In lane number 1, it's car 513 of Chance Peck. Peck in lane number 1. In lane number 2, car 511 of Jacob Lanham. Lanham in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 521 of Sydney Bien. Bien in lane number 3.
Results for 8:51 shows Owen Schilling out in front, followed up by Cash Triggers at .007, and it's Emma Roseland at .03.
Off and racing in heat 863. You've got Peck in lane 1, Lanham lane 2, Bien lane number 3. Peck was the leader after one phase. We'll see how things go after that phase. Next up, it'll be heat 859. Phase B, lane 1, belongs to car 514 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 509 of Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 525 of Corey Walker. Walker in lane 3.
Leading heat number 863 at this point, it is Sydney Behan, followed up very closely by Chance Peck at .11 and Jacob Lanham at .082.
Heat 859, phase 2, about halfway home now. Webb in 1, Hayes in 2, Walker in 3. Walker led the heat through one phase. And we'll get an update on that heat in a moment. Heat 854 in the ramps right now. Lane number 1 belongs to car 537 of Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 530 of Ryan Locker. Locker lane 2. In lane 3, car 539 of Matthew Wells. Wells lane 3.
Leading heat 859 at this point, it is Thane Hayes, followed up very closely by Logan Webb, .063, and Corey Walker, .066. A reminder, these differentials are cumulative.
And again, due to those timer issues, we really aren't going to be able to announce phase winners for phases 2 and 3. We'll give you cumulative through phase 2 and the total at the end of phase 3, of course. We'll tell you who's moving on. Just want to make sure we clarify that to avoid any confusion. 854 on the track right now. Phase B for Jacob Ham, Ryan Locker, and Matthew Wells. After the first phase, it was Locker out front, but only by about 12 one-thousandths of a second over Matthew Wells. And then a gap of about .06 back to Jacob Ham as our champs cross the finish line there. And we'll get you ready for Heat 855, Phase B. Lane 1, it's car 536 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin, lane 1. Lane 2, car 541 of Jamison Geisler. Geisler in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 527 of Dawson Gordon. Gordon in lane 3.
Leading heat 854, it is Ryan Locker, followed up very closely by Jacob Ham, .001, followed by Matthew Wells with .059.
So that'll be a fun one in Phase 3, but you expect nothing less out of the Rally Masters champs.
Anybody's game.
These Rally Masters champs, they know their business, and they do it very, very well each and every year here. Heat 855 getting ready to go. This will be Phase B. And they are on track right now. Niggin, lane 1, Geisler, lane 2, Gordon, lane 3. After one phase, it was Geisler leading the way. Gordon, .057 back. Niggin with .161 to make up here. And there's the finish. Good clean phase for those champs. We'll get ready for Heat 856. Phase B, lane 1, it's going to be car 503 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 1. And in lane 2, it's car 528 of Ashton Grace. Grace in lane 2. I should probably mention the pace car too, shouldn't I? In lane 3, the pace car.
The pace car. And it's Jamin Geisler still leading in Heat 855, followed up by Charlie Niggin, .091, and Dawson Gordon at .158.
So 856B getting ready to go now. And here they go. Knapp in lane 1, Grace in lane 3. Knapp leads the heat after one phase. Grace with .084 to make up here. And the pace car, well, the pace car is going to have some work to do. So we'll get the results from that one in a moment. It'll be phase 2 of Heat 857 coming up next. In lane number 1, it'll be car 519 of Alyssa Head. Head in lane 1. In lane 2, car 505, Melanie Ariano. Ariano, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 526 of Grant Camfield. Camfield in lane number 3.
Results for Heat 856 shows Andrew Knapp out in front, followed by, of course, Ashton Grace, but at .068, and our pace car was present.
The pace car finished. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. The pace car successfully completed 989 feet.
You know, the pace car did not go outside of his lanes
or
hit the wall either.
No penalties for the pace car.
No penalties.
Heat 857 on track right now. Head in lane 1, Ariano lane 2, Camfield in lane 3. It was Head leading the way after one phase. Ariano .011 back. And Camfield in third by .027 after one. Clean racing by those champs. Heat 858B is next. In lane 1, it's car 520 of Brianna Waldron. Waldron in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 3. And this is going to be an interesting heat. Just 1/1000th of a second separate first from second in heat 858.
At this stage of heat 857, it is Grant Camfield out in front, followed closely by Alyssa Head at .012, and followed by Melanie Ariano at .014.
Heat 858, Phase B on track. Waldron in 1, Johnson in 2, Tiffany in 3. A nearly dead heat between Waldron and Tiffany in the first phase. Let's see if this phase will break that near tie. As an aside, are you smelling what I'm smelling up here, Lou?
It smells mighty good.
We have Dr. Hibachi in the house down here along the track if you need some lunch. We've also got our friends at Papa John's, and of course, Ohio's best lemonade is here as well.
And we know that firsthand, right?
Oh, yes. They brought us some yesterday. It was delicious. Heat 853B in the blocks right now. Lane number 1, it's car 543 of Cody Black. Black in lane 1. Lane 2, car 506 of Hannah Olson. Olson in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 522 of Chris Kovac. Kovac, lane 3.
That very close heat 858 is going to Paige Tiffany at this point. She leads, and it's followed up by Ronan Johnson, .076, trailed by Brianna Walton at .101.
Heat 853, Phase B on track right now. Black lane 1, Olson lane 2, Kovac in lane number 3. Black is your heat leader through one phase. But about 3/100ths back to both Hannah and Chris after that first phase as they come down towards the finish line. And we'll get ready for heat 852B up next. Lane 1, it's car 529 of Benji Eds. Eds in lane 1. Lane 2, car 504, Veronica Stagnero. Stagnero in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 518 of Sarah Colasar. Colasar in lane number 3.
Retaining his lead in heat 853, it is Cody Black, followed closely by Chris Kovac at .011. Bringing up the rear, it is Hannah Olson, .037.
As we get ready for 852 Phase B. And we're off and racing. Ed's lane 1. Stagnero lane 2. Colasar in lane 3. Stagnero, your heat leader through one phase. Colasar and Ed's well within striking distance here. And those champs cross the finish line. Results in a moment. We'll get ready for an elimination phase. Heat 860. Lane number 1, it's car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 538 of Paige Heron Johnson. Heron Johnson, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 510 of Jenna Wolf. Wolf in lane 3. 860. Something's not right with 852. I'm not seeing results on the top row. I see stuff on the second row, but not on the first row. I don't know if something got flipped or. Heat 860 in elimination phase on track. Leonard, lane 1, Heron Johnson, lane 2, Wolf in lane 3, all three separated by just 1/100th of a second after 2 phases. We're about to find out if Wolf can hang on or if Leonard or Heron Johnson are going to take this heat. So we'll stand by for official results and we'll find out who's moving on to the second round.
Okay, I got the results for Heat 852, and it is Benji Eds leading closely behind Veronica Stagnaro at .009, 9/1000ths. And in third, it is Sarah Colasar at .061. It looks like we have Jacob Leonard moving on. He took Heat 860. Differentials for the others, Jenna Wolf, .014, and Paige Heron Johnson, .043.
Heat 861, phase 3 in the blocks. Lane number 1 belongs to the pace car. Lane 2, it's car 508 of Marcus Wells. Wells in lane 2. And in lane 3, you've got car 515 of Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 3. Wells leading by about 1/10.5 through 2 phases. So Jillian with some ground to make up here. We'll see if she can do it. And we'll stand by for some final results in that heat.
All right, taking Heat 861 and advancing, it's Jillian Smith. Closely behind it was Marcus Wells at .004.
Heat 862, phase 3 getting ready to go. Lane 1, it's car 512, Mackenzie Dennison. Lane 2, car 517 of Stephanie Hicks. And in lane 3, it's car 535 of Damon Vincent. Off and racing in Heat 862C. Dennison lane 1, Hicks lane 2, Vincent lane 3. Vincent leading the way, but the gap from first to third, just 11/1000ths of a second. And only 2/1000ths of a second separate Vincent and Stephanie Hicks. Here they come down to the finish line. And we'll get those results here in a moment. Meantime, Heat 8-5-1, Phase B getting ready to go. Lane number 1, it's car 516 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 507 of Owen Schilling. Schilling in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 501 of Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane 3.
It is Stephanie Hicks advancing from Heat 862. Celebration.
I think they're happy along the left side of the track.
And the differentials for the others were .018 for Mackenzie and 0.19. Very close there with Damon Vincent.
Really appreciate all the cheering sections out here today. Seriously, in the heat, with the delay, appreciate everybody being out here today. 851 B on track right now. Driggers lane 1, Schilling lane 2, Roseland in lane 3. Schilling leading the way, but only by 7 one-thousandths of a second after one phase. And there's the finish line. We'll get those results for you momentarily. .863C in elimination phase getting ready to go here. Lane number 1, it's car 521 of Sydney Bean. Bean in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 513 of Chance Peck. Peck in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 511 of Jacob Lanham. Lanham in lane 3. For 851, guys. Which one are you missing? 8. On track. On track now. It's Heat 863. Phase C, B in lane 1, Peck lane 2, Lanham in lane 3. Bean leads the way by .08 after 2 phases. We'll see if that holds.
Results from Heat 863 finds Sydney Behan moving on to the next round, followed closely by Jacob Lanham with a differential of .02 and Chance Peck at .134. We have results in from 851 at this point, and it's Cash Driggers leading that heat at this point, followed by Owen Schilling .044 and Emma Roseland at .095.
Next up, it'll be Heat 859C. Lane 1, car 525 of Corey Walker. Walker in lane 1. Lane 2, car 514 of Logan Webb. Webb in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 509 of Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane 3. Coming down to the finish here, we'll see if Thane Hayes can hold his lead that he had through 2 phases. Corey and Logan with about 6/100ths to make up if they want to move on to the next round.
Advancing from Heat 859, it is Thane Hayes, followed up by Logan Webb at .048 and Corey Walker at .050.
All right, so our John Carroll man advances out of Heat 859. Let's go to Heat 854. This is Phase C, Lane 1. It's car 539 of Matthew Wells. Lane 2, car 537, it's Jacob Ham. Ham in Lane 2. Lane 3, Ryan Locker in car 530. Locker in lane 3. On track now at Heat 854. Wells lane 1, Ham lane 2, Locker lane 3. Locker led the way through 2 phases, but only by 1/1000th of a second. So this should be a decisive phase number 3, and we'll get those results here in a moment. 855 getting ready to go for their elimination phase meanwhile. Lane number 1, it's car 527 of Dawson Gordon. Gordon, lane 1. Lane 2, car 536 of Charlie Niggin. Niggin, lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 541 of Jamison Geisler. Geisler in lane 3.
Advancing out of Heat 854, it's Jacob Ham, followed closely by Matthew Wells at .032 and Ryan Locher at .088.
.855C on track right now. Gordon, lane 1, Niggin, lane 2, Geisler in lane 3. Geisler holding on to a .091 second lead over Niggin, and then .158 back to Gordon. And we'll see how this third phase changes things as they come across the finish line. And we'll get ready for the elimination phase in Heat 856. Lane 1, the pace car. Lane number 2 in car 503, it's Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane number 2. And in lane 3, it's car 528 of Ashton Grace. Grace in lane 3.
Winning heat 855, it is Dawson Gordon. Followed up closely by Charlie Niggin, .009, and Jameson Geisler at .023.
So Champ's getting loaded in right now. This will be an elimination phase between Ashton Grace and Andrew Knapp. And they are off and racing. You've got Knapp in lane 2, Grace in lane 3. Knapp with the lead by .06 through 2 phases. As they come down for the finish, we'll find out who's moving on to the second round between Ashton and Andrew. Heat 857, C in the blocks right now. Lane number 1, it's car 526 of Grant Camfield. Camfield, lane 1. Lane 2, car 519 of Alyssa Head. Head, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 505 of Melanie Ariano. Ariano in lane 3.
Advancing on from heat 856, it's Andrew Knapp. Differential for Ashton Grace is .087, and the pace car.
So Andrew Knapp advancing to the second round. We'll move over to heat 857. Camfield, Head, Ariano getting loaded in. Off and racing, heat 857. Camfield in lane number 1, Head lane 2. Ariano in lane number 3. Camfield with about a 1/100th of a second advantage over both Head and Ariano. We'll get the results from 857 in a moment. Elimination phase coming up for heat 858. This is phase C. Lane number 1 belongs to car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 520 of Brianna Waldron. Waldron in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 502 of Ronan Johnson. Johnson in lane 3.
And the results from heat 857 finds Melanie Ariano advancing to the next round. Very close competition. Grant Canfield in at .002 and Alyssa Head 6.06, 6/100ths of a second. Congrats going out to Melanie.
858C getting ready to go now. And they're off and racing. Tiffany lane 1, Waldron lane 2, Johnson lane 3. Tiffany leads the heat through 2 phases. Johnson in second by .076, Waldron .101 back. Some good clean racing for those champs. Results in a moment. Say again, please. Who's in the block? Yes. Thank you.
Results for heat 8-5-8 finds Paige Tiffany advancing to the next round. Differentials for the others: Ronan Johnson .025 and Brianna Waldron .056.
Up next, you've got heat 853C. Lane 1 belongs to car 522 of Chris Kovach. Kovach in lane number 1. Lane 2, it's car 543 of Cody Black. Black in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 506 of Hannah Olson. Olson, lane 3. Coming down towards the halfway line now. Black in the lead in lane 1 in this heat after 2 phases. Followed by Kovach and Olson. And we'll get you those results here momentarily. Heat 852 in the starting gate right now. 852C coming up for you. Car 518 of Sarah Colasar in lane 1. Colasar, lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 529 of Benji Eds. Eds in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 504 of Veronica Stagnero. Stagnero in lane number 3.
Results from heat 853 finds Chris Kovach advancing on. And is a very, very close race. Hannah Olson behind him only by 1/1000th of a second, .001, and Cody Black, .013. Congratulations to Chris Kovach.
Heat 852C off and rolling. Colasar in lane number 1, Eds lane 2, and Stagnero in lane 3. Ed's your leader through 2 phases, but only by 9/1000ths of a second over Stagnero. Colasar, .061 back. This is still anybody's heat as they come down to the finish line area and clean down past the finish line. Do need to send a shout out to Sarah Colasar for helping us out on the bridge yesterday. Line judging, announcer wrangling. Always appreciate the help from the champs up here on the bridge. Heat 851C getting ready to go. Lane 1, it's car 501 of Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane number 1. Lane number 2, car 516 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 2. And lane number 3, it's car 507 of Owen Schilling. Schilling in lane 3.
Advancing from heat 852, it is Sarah Colasar, followed closely by Veronica Stagnero at .015 and Benji Eds at .028. Congratulations to Sarah Colasar in the 518 car.
.851C on track now. Roseland, lane 1. Driggers, lane 2. Schilling, lane 3. We'll see who moves on here. Driggers with the lead through 2. About 4 100ths back to Owen, 9 100ths back to Emma. As they come down for the finish. And we get ready to go super stock racing. We'll get the results from 8:51 in a moment. Meanwhile, our first heat in the Rally Super Stock getting ready to go. Lane number 1 from Cove, Oregon, Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane number 1. Lane number 2 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Monroe, Georgia, it's Jackson Bryant. Bryant in lane 3.
The results for Heat 8-5-1 finds Cash Driggers moving on to the next round. Close race all in all. Owen Schilling, .065, and Emma Roseland, .075.
We're off and racing. Rally Super Stock action now in our AUI Rally Challenge. Delaney in lane 1, Rains lane 2, Bryant in lane number 3. Champs from regions 1, 12, and 7 in this heat. Some good racing out of these super stock champs as they come across the line. We'll watch for a clean run out. A reminder to our champs as we start the super stock, you must stay in your lane all the way down through run out to a complete stop or you will be assessed a penalty. Again, make sure you stay in your lane until you come to a complete stop. Heat 902A getting ready to go now. Lane 1 from Massillon, Ohio, Lydia Marthy. Marthy in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Dittmer, Missouri, it's Marcel Geisen. Geisen, lane 2. And in lane 3, from Villarica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane number 3.
Results for Heat 901 finds Audrey Rains out in front at this point, followed by Reese Delaney at .032 and Jackson Bryant at .069.
Off and racing in Heat 902. It's Marthy in lane 1, Geisen in lane 2, and Guerin in lane number 3. Another example of if it says it on the card, it must be true. Alexa told us on Monday at opening ceremonies she wants to be a professional belly dancer just like her dad. Not going to lie, I've been trying to get the image of Mr. Guerin belly dancing out of my head for the last 2 days. Clean finish for those champs. We'll check the times here in a moment between Marthy, Geisen, and Guerin. Heat 903A getting ready to go. Lane 1 from Naperville, Illinois, Vincent LaCitra. LaCitra in lane 1. Lane 2 from Rochester, New Hampshire, Malachi Snelson. Snelson in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Akron, Ohio, it's Ella Probst. Probst in lane 3.
Results for Heat 902 shows Lydia Marthy out in front at this point, followed by Marcel Geisen with a differential of .065 and Alexa Guerin, .121.
Off and racing now in Heat 903, LaCitra, Snelson, and Probst in lanes 1, 2, and 3. You've got champs from regions 5, 10, and 6 in this one. Coming down for a finish between these 3 champs. We did have a first-time All-American champ here in Malachi Snelson, lane number 2. We'll check those results here in just a moment. Just a reminder, as we come up on lunchtime, don't forget to visit our food vendors down here along the track. Papa John's back with us today. Dr. Hibachi is here this afternoon as well. And, of course, Ohio's Best Lemonade back with us for Derby Week.
The first stage of Heat 903 goes to Ella Probst of Akron, Ohio, followed by Vincent Lecitra, .032, and Malachi Snelson at .234.
I have it on good authority that today is Jay Moore's birthday. He's working hard on the bridge today. You don't get a day off on your birthday here at the All-American. So thank you, Jay, for working on your birthday, no less. 904A in the gate right now, lane number 1. From Keystone, Nebraska, it's Audrey Awarda. Awarda in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Connor Scalf. Scalf in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Bellevue, Nebraska, it's Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in lane number 3. Off and racing in 904A. Awarda in lane 1, Scalf in lane 2. First time to the All-American for Scalf. And Hamilton in lane number 3. Region 4 represented lanes 1 and 3. Region 5 in lane 2. These 3 Superstock champs coming down for a finish. And we'll get set up for Heat 905. Phase A, lane number 1, from Falconer, New York, Shelby Withers. Withers in lane 1. Lane number 2, from Las Vegas, Nevada, Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane 2. And in lane number 3, from Bristol, Connecticut, it's Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 3.
The first of heat 904 goes to Brooke Hamilton, followed up by Audrey. And Connor Skelf at .134.
Here we go with heat 905A. Withers lane 1, Gresco lane 2, Wells in lane 3. Region 9, Region 2, Region 11 coming down the track right now. They're over halfway. They cross the tunnel, down in front of the grandstand to the finish. And we'll get you some official results in a moment. 906 coming up next. Phase A, lane 1 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Alex Garrett. Garrett in lane number 1. Lane number 2 from Hilton, New York, Kristen Trujillo. Trujillo in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Richmond, Ohio, it's Meredith Brown. Brown in lane 3.
Results from heat 905 finds Shelby Withers out in front at this point, followed closely by Aubrey, .066, and Meadow Wells at .09.
Off and racing in heat 906. Garrett, Trujillo, and Brown, 1, 2, and 3. Alex making a debut appearance here at the All-American. Region 12, Region 9, Region 6 represented here. We'll get those official results momentarily. 901B getting ready to go. Lane 1, it'll be car 624 of Jackson Bryant. Bryant in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 614 of Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 2. And lane 3, car 638 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3.
Taking 906A, it is Meredith Brown, followed closely by Alex Garrett at .032. .076 belongs to Kristen Trujillo.
Heat 901B on track. Bryant lane 1, Delaney lane 2, Rains lane 3. Rains leading the way after one phase by .032 over Delaney. As they cross the finish line, we'll get you some results in a moment. 902B up next, lane number 1. It's going to be car 600 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 646 of Lydia Marthy. Marthy in lane 2. And lane number 3, it's car 641 of Marcel Geisen. Geisen in lane 3.
Heat 901 in Super Stock Racing. Audrey Rames at this point is leading the heat, followed closely by Reese Delaney, .078, and .196 belonging to Jackson Bryant.
Heat 902 underway. This is Phase B for Guerin, Marthy, and Geisen. Marthy led the way after one phase. Marcel .065 back. Alexa with .121 to make up. As these champs come in front of the grandstands. They cross the finish line. We'll get some results in just a bit. 903B getting ready to go next. Lane number 1, it's car 651 of Ella Probst. Probst in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 610 of Vincent Lasitra. Lasitra in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 631 of Malachi Snelson. Snelson.
Marthy continues to lead in heat 902, followed by Alexa Guerin at .087 and Marcel Geisen at .16.
My mom always told me not to announce with food in my mouth, but I'm going to so we can keep the program going today. Heat 903 on track right now. Probst lane 1, Lasitra lane 2, Snelson lane 3. Probst out front through one phase. And we'll get results from phase B here in just a moment. .907A in the blocks right now. Lane 1 from Canfield, Ohio. It's Laura Smutney. Smutney, lane 1. Lane number 2 from Merritt Island, Florida, Mason Webb. Webb in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Jacob Thomas. Thomas in lane number 3.
It is Ella Probst from Akron, Ohio, continuing the lead in heat 903, followed by Vincent Lasitra at .055 and Malachi Snelson at .031.
907A on the hill. Smutney lane 1, Webb lane 2, Thomas lane 3. There's the finish for those champs from Region 6, 7, and 5. And we'll get ready for Heat 908A. Lane 1 from Arlington, Mass, it's John Barr. Barr in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Davey Eds. Eds in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 3.
The first stage of heat 907 goes to Laura Smutney, followed closely by Mason Webb at .099 and Jacob Thomas at .107.
.908 on the hill right now. Barr, Eds, and Stahl, they cross the finish line. For Hudson Stahl, first time here at the All-American. And we're being told that our next run here is a trial run down the hill. Trial run.
All right, 908 is shaping up like this. Hudson Stahl out in front so far in this first round of heat 908, followed by Davey Eds at .109 and John Barr at .206. be happy.
Next down the hill will be heat 904B. Lane number 1 will be car 601 of Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in lane 1. In lane 2, car 642 of Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 612 of Connor Scalf. Scalf in lane 3. Champs in position. We're off and racing in 904B. Hamilton lane 1, Auerda lane 2, Scalf lane 3. Hamilton leads the heat so far through one phase. Auerda 0.058 back, Scalf 0.134 behind. After one phase, as they come to the finish line to complete their second phase. We'll get ready for heat 909. This will be phase A, lane 1 from Winter Garden, Florida. It's Maddox Cleveland. Cleveland in lane 1. Lane number 2, the pace car. And in lane number 3 from Rochester, New Hampshire, Xander Snelson. Snelson in lane 3.
It is Brooke Hamilton continuing to lead heat number 904, followed by Audrey at .133 and Connor Scalf at .151.
.909A on the track right now. Cleveland in lane 1, Snelson in lane 3. Cleveland making a debut appearance here at the All-American. You've got Region 7 and Region 10 represented in this heat. And whatever region wants to claim the pace car. Down for a finish, they go in heat 909. And we'll have results here in just a moment. .905B will be next. Lane 1, it's car 632 of Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 628 of Shelby Withers. Withers in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 604 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane number 3.
Heat 909 results finds Xander Snelson out in front, followed by, of course, Maddox Cleveland at .077.
Off and racing in 905B. Wells lane 1, Withers lane 2, Gresco lane 3. Withers leads the heat after one phase by .066 over Aubrey and .09 over Meadow. And a clean phase for those champs. as we see heat 906B getting loaded in now. Lane 1, it's going to be car 644 of Meredith Brown. Brown in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 648 of Alex Garrett. Garrett in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 627 of Kristen Trujillo. Trujillo in lane 3.
Heat 905, shaping up like this. It is Shelby Withers leading the heat at this point, followed very closely by 2/1000s Meadow Wells. In third, it was Aubrey Gretzko at .134.
906 on the hill. Brown lane 1, Garrett lane 2, Trujillo lane 3. There they are at the finish line. And while they head through run out, heat 901 getting ready to go. This will be phase C for these champs in elimination phase. Lane 1, it's car 638 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 624 of Jackson Bryant. Bryant in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 614 of Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 3.
Phase 2 action on heat 906 finds Meredith Brown out in front, followed by Kristen Trujillo at .143, and followed by Alex Garrett at .281.
Delaney, Rains, and Bryant coming down towards the finish. Rains was your leader through 2 phases. But we'll see if Delaney or Bryant can close the gap. It'll be heat 902, phase C next. Lane 1 will be car 641 of Marcel Geisen. Geisen in lane number 1. Lane 2, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's Lydia Marthy. Marthy in lane 3.
Advancing out of heat 901, it is Audrey Rains. Close behind Reese Delaney at .003 and Jackson Bryant clocking in with a differential of .188. Congratulations to Audrey Rains in the 638 car.
Okay, getting close now to Phase C in Heat 902. And just an announcement for everyone at topside, our stock champs, Rally Stock, you will check in starting at 1:30. Again, Rally Stock check-in will begin now at 1:30 this afternoon. Off and racing in Heat 902. Geisen in lane 1, Guerin lane 2, Marthy lane 3. Through 2 phases, Marthy was out front. Guerin in second, .087 back. Geisen in third by .16. We'll see who can close that gap or if Lydia is moving on to the next round. Next thing you see on track will be a test run. Again, test run coming down the track next.
It is Alexa Guerin moving on to the next round out of Heat 902. Very close behind, Lydia Marthy, .02 and .019 belonging to Marcel Geisen. Alexa Guerin moving ahead with the 600 car.
So with the test run complete, we'll get going with Heat 903C here. Lane 1, car 631 of Malachi Snelson. Snelson in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 651 of Ella Probst. Probst in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 610 of Vincent Lasitra. Lasitra in lane 3. And we are on track for our elimination phase of Heat 903. Snelson lane 1, Probst lane 2, Lasitra in lane 3. Coming into this phase, it was Probst out front by .055 over Vincent Lasitra. And then it was .31 back to Malachi Snelson. As these champs come in for the finish, we'll find out in a moment who's moving on from Heat 903. Heat 907 getting set at the starting line. This is Phase B. Lane 1 belongs to car 608 of Jacob Thomas. Thomas in Lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 622 of Mason Webb. Webb in lane 3.
Advancing from Heat 903, it is Vincent Lecitre, followed up by Ella Probst, .027, and Malachi Snelson at .0355.
A Phase B matchup coming your way here in Heat 907. Thomas, lane 1, Smutney, lane 2. It was Webb in lane number 3. And after one phase, it was Smutney in the lead by .099 over Webb, and then just .107 between Laura and Jacob Thomas. Those champs cross under the finish line bridge. And we'll get you ready for Heat 908 while we wait for results. This is Phase B. Lane number 1 belongs to car 650 of Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 629 of John Barr. Barr in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 635 of Davey Eds. Eds in lane 3.
It is Heat 907. Leading at this point is Laura Smutney, followed by Mason Webb at .125 and Jacob Thomas at .144.
.908 on the hill right now. Phase B for Hudson Stull, John Barr, and Davey Eds. Stull your leader after one phase by about 1/10 of a second over Davey and 2/10 over John Barr. It'll be Heat 904C up next. Lane number 1, it's car 612 of Connor Scalf. Scalf in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 601 of Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 642 of Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 3.
Leading Heat 908 at this point, it is Hudson Stull, followed by Davey Eds, .071, and John Barr at .276.
.904C on track right now. Connor in lane 1, Brooke lane 2, Audrey lane 3. Brooke Hamilton leading through 2 phases by a little over 1/10 back to Audrey. And then it's 1/10.5 between Brooke and Connor Scalf as those champs hit the finish line. .909B is next. Lane 1, it's car 630 of Xander Snelson. Snelson in lane 1. And in lane number 2, it's car 623 of Maddox Cleveland. Cleveland in lane 2. And it's the pace car in lane 3.
Winning the elimination round in Heat 904, it is Brooke Hamilton, followed by Audrey, .082, Connor Scalf, .151.
So Brooke moving on there. And you want to talk about close racing in that heat we just saw, 904 Phase 3. A dead heat in the phase between Connor and Brooke for second and third. Good competitive racing out here today. 909 Phase B on track right now. Xander Snelson in lane 1, Maddox Cleveland in lane 2. The pace car bringing up the rear in lane 3. Xander was in the lead of the heat after one phase. And we'll get the results from Phase B here momentarily. And then we're going to 905 Phase C. Lane 1, it's car 604 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 632 of Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it'll be car 628 of Shelby Winters. Winters in lane 3.
It is Xander managing to hold on to his lead in heat 909, followed up by Maddox Cleveland at .181, and it is the pace car.
.905C on track right now. Gresco lane 1, Wells lane 2, Withers lane 3. The gap between Withers and Wells, .002 after two phases. So we'll see who moves on. Aubrey with .134 to make up after two phases, but that's certainly doable. We'll check those results here in just a moment. .906C getting ready to go next. Lane number 1, car 627 of Kristen Trujillo. Trujillo in lane 1. Lane 2, car 644 of Meredith Brown. Brown in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 648, Alex Garrett. Garrett in lane 3.
Winning the elimination round in heat 905, it is Meadow Wells, followed by Shelly Withers at .022 and Aubrey Gresco at .191. Congratulations to Meadow Wells. Moving on.
Halfway home now in heat 906C. Meredith Brown was your leader in the heat coming into that phase. And we'll see where this goes after we get the results. .910A will be next. Lane number 1 from Meriden, Connecticut, Joey Denizio. Denizio in lane 1. In lane 2 from Hurricane, West Virginia, it's Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane number 2. And in lane number 3 from Ogallala, Nebraska, AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 3.
Advancing in the elimination round of heat 906, it is Kristen Trujillo, followed by Meredith Brown at .012, and then Alex Garrett at .382. Congratulations, Kristen.
Halfway home in heat 9-10 between Denizio, Thomas, and Garcia. A battle of regions 11, 6, and 4. As they cross the finish line there, we'll stand by for some results.
Thanks for the
It'll be 907C on track next. Lane 1, Mason Webb. Webb, lane 1. Lane 2, car 608, Jacob Thomas. Thomas in lane 2. Lane 3, car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 3.
The first round of heat 9-10 goes to Joey Denizio, followed up by Noah Thomas at .064 and AJ Garcia at .x.
Off and racing in 907C, elimination phase here for Webb, Thomas, and Smutney. Smutney leads the heat through 2 phases. Got a little over a 10th on Mason Webb and Jacob Thomas. And there is the finish line. So we'll get those results in a moment. While we say hello to heat 9-11, phase A, lane 1 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, Peyton Brake. Brake in lane number 1. In lane number 2 from Brunswick, Ohio, Blake Nettles. Nettles in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Indianapolis, Indiana, William Pickens. Pickens in lane 3.
The results for heat 907 finds Laura Smutney advancing to the next round. Differentials for the rest, .219 for Jacob Thomas and .251 for Mason Webb. Congratulations to Laura.
911A on the hill right now. Brake lane 1, Nettles lane 2, Pickens lane 3. 2 champs from Region 6 in lanes 1 and 2. Then you got a Region 5 champ in lane number 3. Pickens making his first appearance at the All-American Soapbox Derby. And we'll stand by for those results. Getting ready for an elimination phase for heat 908. Lane 1, car 635 of Davey Eds. Eds in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 650 of Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 629 of John Barr. Barr in lane 3.
First round results for heat 911 finds Peyton Brake out in front, followed by Blake Nettles at .071 and William Pickens at .133.
Set and ready to go now for heat 908C. And they're off and racing. It's Eds in lane 1, Stull in lane 2, Barr in lane 3. Stull entered the phase with the lead through 2, holding a .071 lead over Davey Eds. And then it's a gap of .276 between stall and bar. Here they come. Everything looking good at the finish line. We'll stand by for some results.
It is Hudson Stahl managing to hold on to his lead to take heat 908. Hudson will be advancing. In second, it's Davey Eds at .143 and John Barr at .289.
909C getting ready to go now. Lane number 1, the pace car. Lane number 2, it's car 630 of Xander Snelson. Snelson, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it'll be car 623 of Maddox Cleveland. Cleveland in lane 3. We'll take this opportunity to say thank you to some of our sponsors here at the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Accenture, a consulting and professional services company that provides services in strategy, consulting, digital technology, and operations, and were the presenting sponsor of the Corporate Challenge held earlier this summer. I said it yesterday at the local challenge, but if you're in town and you need a team builder for your business, the Corporate Challenge is an awfully fun way to do that. Had a chance to be a part of that a few years ago. Don't ask me how we finished, but we had a lot of fun, and that's what matters. And we raised some money for the Derby, which is even better. No, Lou, don't ask me how we did. No. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm not real proud of how we did in the Corporate Challenge.
And I'd like to give a shout out to some of our vendors, Papa John's. Also, it is Hibachi.
Dr. Hibachi. That's what we've been smelling down here at the finish line, and that's what they've been talking about at the starting line in our ear for the last, half hour, too.
I know. And what kind of lemonade is it?
Ohio's best lemonade.
Refreshing. Believe me, we know firsthand.
And whatever your choice of refreshment, please stay hydrated today. We know the temperatures are getting a little warm, but make sure you stay hydrated throughout the day. Thanks to our friends at the Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau. Welcome to Akron, Ohio. On behalf of the Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau, not only will you have a great time here, they'll also showcase all that Akron and Summit County have to offer. Thanks to TaylorMade Jewelry, the official jeweler and ring provider of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Big thank you to TaylorMade Jewelry for presenting the championship rings for the 84th FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Thank you also to the University of Akron College of Engineering for their support. And thank you for hosting us on Monday for the opening ceremonies at E.J. Thomas Hall, and then, of course, at Rock the Wreck on Monday night. Montrose Auto Group is the official return vehicle partner of the Soapbox Derby. The Montrose Auto Group features 13 brands at 13 locations. Thank you to Montrose Auto Group. On Saturday, our champions will be competing for $36,000 in the Bill Speak Scholarship Fund. Bill was a dedicated race director and loved the Soapbox Derby and the kids. J.W. Donato is the official electrical company of the Soapbox Derby. The electrical upgrades throughout the track are provided by our friends at J.W. Donato. Huntington Bank is the official partner of the Soapbox Derby. For all your banking needs, visit a local Huntington Bank branch today. We're thankful for local support from Burns McDonnell, a full-service engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental engineering firm. And we'd also like to thank the following sponsors who support the Derby: Siebert Keck, SC Faceting, SolidWorks, Malco, Thompson Electric, Rotzel and Andress, Premier Bank, Fallsway, State and Federal Communications, Springside Racket Club, Miller Weldmaster, the Townsend Corporation, Tamarios, Brennan Manna Diamond, Lighter Than Air, Full Spectrum Marketing, Gojo, Incept Marketing, Lepos, and Welty. All right, coming to the end of this hold here momentarily, we did have a champ that wanted us to go to the picture to check a result on a race. Happy to do that. We've got that all confirmed now, and we'll be ready to move on in just a few minutes. While we wait, I don't know if we've given a shout out to our friends down there at Custom Apparel today. I just went down there and I've started my new wardrobe for 2022. I know a lot of champs have. I know Lou did as well. So if you're looking for some more Derby swag, head on down to Custom Apparel down here by the grandstands.
And they have got quite a selection down there of kids of all ages.
All right, champs loading in for Heat 909 Phase C. Lane number 1, the pace car. Lane number 2, it's car 630 of Xander Snelson. Snelson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's Maddox Cleveland. Cleveland in lane 3. So Snelson and Cleveland on track in an elimination phase. Snelson in lead by .181 over Cleveland. And here these champs come to the finish. And we're standing by for some results. And our line judge is telling us that the champ in lane 3 hit the guardrail. That was Maddox Cleveland. So a 1/10 penalty will be assessed to Maddox Cleveland. And because that was a Phase C race, we shouldn't need to rerun anything, but they will assess that penalty to Maddox Cleveland for hitting the guardrail. Meanwhile, Heat 912 getting ready to go. This is Phase A. From Warrensburg, Missouri, in lane 1, it's Johnny Bueller. Bueller in lane 1. In lane number 2, from Federalsburg, Maryland, Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 2. And in lane number 3, from Lyons, Georgia, Alexis Head. Head in lane 3.
Results for Heat 909 finds Xander Snelson advancing. The differential for Maddox Cleveland with an assessed penalty was .653.
912A on track right now. Bueller in lane 1, Nichols lane 2, and Head in lane 3. Regions 4, 8, and 7 in this one. As they come into the finish line. Results on that one in a moment. 913A lined up right now. Lane number 1 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Andrew Meyer. Meyer in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Orange, Virginia, Kayla Crawford. Crawford in lane 3.
The first round of Heat 9-12 goes to Johnny Bueller, followed up by Saletta Nichols, .011, and Alexis Head at .063.
(9:13A) underway here. It's Bledsoe in lane 1, Meyer lane 2, Crawford in lane 3. Two champs from Region 12 facing a champ from Region 8. These champs looking good over the tunnel, past the grandstand to the finish line here.
Yeah, it's a penalty.
9:14A at the starting line right now. Lane number 1 from St. Clairsville, Ohio, Hannah Sally. Sally in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Council Bluffs, Iowa, Seth Roseland. Roseland, lane 3.
The results are up for Heat 9-13, and leading that phase is Kayla Crawford, followed by Andrew Meyer, .032, and Connor Bledsoe at .039.
Getting set for 9:14A here as the champs get set up, and they are on the hill.
There they go.
Sally in lane 1, Smith lane 2, Roseland in lane number 3. Region 6, 5, and 4 in this one. Seeing that ever popular lane 1 drift there out of Hannah, heading over towards that rail, but keeps it clean. They cross the finish line. Line judges will check the run out, and we'll get those results. 910B is up next. Lane number 1 in car 606, it's AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 633 of Joey Denizio. Denizio in lane 2. And in lane number 3 in car 617, Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 3.
The first round of Heat 9-14 goes to Seth Roseland, followed up by Hannah Sally at .017 and Logan Smith at .157.
Racing in Heat 910B. Garcia lane 1, Denizio lane 2, Thomas lane 3. Denizio leads the heat after one phase. And we'll check those results to see if Joey keeps the lead or if Noah and AJ have caught up. 911B coming your way next. Lane number 1, it's car 611 of William Pickens. Pickens in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 616 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 619 of Blake Nettles. Nettles in lane 3.
So far in Heat 9-11, we find Joey Denizio out in the front, followed by Noah Thomas at .101, and Garcia at .204.
911B on track. Pickens lane 1, Brake lane 2, Nettles lane 3. After one phase, it was Brake in the lead by .071. And we'll have those results once they're made official. Time for 3 new champs to get their first run down the hill today. This is Heat 915A, lane number 1 from Henderson, Nevada, Alyssa Gardner. Gardner in lane number 1. Lane 2 from Eugene, Oregon, Nikolai DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane number 3.
Results from Heat 911 finds Peyton Brake out in front, followed really closely by Blake Nettles at .06 and William Pickens at .155.
915A on track right now. Gardner lane 1, DeFriest lane 2, Gresco lane 3. Couple of Las Vegas area champs in lanes 1 and 3, taking on the champ from Oregon in region 1 in lane 2. Here they come in for a finish. And we'll stand by for those results.
The first phase of Heat 915 goes to Nikolai DeFriest, followed up by Riley Gresco at .018, and .058 goes to Alyssa Gardner.
Heat 912B getting ready to roll next. Lane number 1, it's car 620 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 605 of Johnny Bueller. Bueller in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 649 of Salida Nichols. Nichols in lane 3. Set to go in Heat 912. Off and racing. Head lane 1, Bueller lane 2, Nichols lane 3. Bueller leads the heat after one phase by .011. Here they come down for the finish. And we'll get those results here in just a moment. Meanwhile, we've got Heat 916A loading in. Lane 1 from Hilton, New York, it's Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane number 1. Lane number 2 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, it's Nathan Nate Dog Christian. Christian in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Indianapolis, Indiana, William Bivens. Bivens in lane 3.
Results are in for Heat 9-12, phase number 2, and it is Bueller holding on to a lead there, followed up by Alexis Head at .013, and .086 goes to Saletta Nichols.
Ready to go in Heat 9-16. We're off and racing. Murphy in lane 1, Christian lane 2, and Bivens in lane 3. You've got champs from regions 9, 12, and 5 in this one. These champs nice and clean as they cross the finish. Our line judges keeping an eye on them as they head through run out. Remember, got to stay in that lane. Next up, Heat 9-17, Phase A. Lane 1 from Camano Island, Washington, Ari Inman. Inman in lane 1. In lane 2 from Hurricane, West Virginia, Dakota Thomas. Thomas in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Milton, West Virginia, it's Miranda Terry. Terry in lane 3.
Results are in from the first phase of Heat 9-16, and it finds Carly Murphy out in front, followed by William Bivens, .072, and close behind him is Nathan Christian with .075.
So 9-17A on the track right now. Inman lane 1, Thomas lane 2, Terry lane 3. Looking at the cards here, Dakota says he wants to be the president and CEO of the Soapbox Derby. Uh-oh, look out, Mark Gerbrick. There's the finish.
First round of Heat 9-17 goes to Ari Inman, followed up by Miranda Terry, .028, and .127 for Dakota Thompson.
9-13C on track right now. Lane 1, it's Andrew Meyer. Lane 2, you've got Kayla Crawford, and in lane 3, it's Connor Bledsoe. Crawford leading the way through 2 phases, but only about 3 100ths to the good over Andrew and Connor. We'll get the results in a moment, and we'll see who is moving on to the next round. 9-14B getting ready to go next. Lane 1, it's car 607 of Seth Roseland. Lane 2, it's car 645 of Hannah Sally. Sally lane 2. And in lane 3, car 609 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 3.
Results for Heat 9-13 finds Kayla Crawford holding on to advance to the next round. Followed up by Andrew Meyer with .03 and .057 for Connor Bledsoe.
At this time, we need all stock champs and their car handlers to topside, please. Stock champs and car handlers to topside.
You know what happened.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what happened that caused the hold. 9:13, we had a clerical error that caused the first phase of that heat to be entered into the computer twice. So what we had at the announcer's position is that was a phase C phase, when in fact it was a phase B. So through two phases, we have Kayla Crawford in the lead in Heat 9-1-3 by .009 over Connor Bledsoe and .059 over Andrew Meyer.
We need all stock drivers and car handlers to check in at the blue gate.
Again, all stock champs and car handlers, please check in at topside.
So they're going to run
Heat 9-14 now ready to go. Lane number 1. It's car 607 of Seth Roseland. Lane 2, car 645 of Hannah Sally. And lane 3, car 609 of Logan Smith. Roseland was in the lead after one phase of this one as we head down towards the finish line. And those champs will head into the run-out area, and we'll get ready for Heat 9-10C. 910C, lane 1, it'll be car 617 of Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 606 of AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 633 of Joey Denizio. Denizio in lane number 3.
Leading in phase number 2 of Heat 914, it is Logan Smith, followed by Seth Roseland with .073, and then Hannah Sally at .11.
.910 Phase C on the track. We'll see if Joey Denizio can hold on to his heat lead in advance, or if Noah and AJ can reel him in. We'll go to 911C next. In lane 1, it'll be car 619 of Blake Nettles. Nettles in lane 1. In lane 2, in car 611, William Pickens. Pickens in lane 2. Lane 3, car 616 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 3.
All right, here it is. Heat 910. Who will advance? Well, it's going to be Noah Thomas, followed by Joey Denizio at .095 and Garcia at .255.
911C off and racing. Nettles lane 1, Pickens lane 2, Brake in lane 3. Brake in the lead of this heat after 2 phases by .06 seconds over Blake Nettles. Then it's William Pickens, .155 back. And those champs cross the finish line. We'll get some results coming up. 915B is going to be our next phase down the track. Lane number 1 is going to be car 602 of Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. Lane number 2 belongs to car 603 of Alyssa Gardner. Gardner in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 640 of Nikolai DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 3.
Results for Heat 911. Advancing is Peyton Blake. And behind Peyton by .051 was Blake Nettles, followed at .274.
915B on their way here. Gresco lane 1, Gardner lane 2, DeFriest in lane 3. DeFriest leads after 1 phase, but a very close phase 2 for this group. And we'll stand by for those results. .912C is next. Lane number 1, it's going to be car 649, Salita Nichols. Nichols, lane 1. Lane number 2, car 620 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 605 of Johnny Bueller. Bueller in lane 3.
Leading in Heat 915, it's Nikolai DeFries managing to hold on to that lead after 2 phases, followed very closely by Riley Gresco, 6/1000ths. And behind that, it is .051 for Alyssa Gardner.
912 on track. Elimination phase for this group. Nichols lane 1, Head lane 2, Bueller lane 3. Bueller leads the heat by .013. And we'll see if Johnny can hold on to it. (916B) up next. Lane 1 will be car 613 of William Bivens. Bivens in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 637 of Nathan Christian. Christian lane 3.
And it is Alexis Head moving ahead to take heat number 12. Of course, Alexis will be advancing very closely behind. It was Bueller with .2026. And then bringing up the rear, it was Soletta Nichols with .077.
On track now, it's heat 916. They're about halfway home in Phase B. Bivens lane 1, Murphy lane 2, Christian lane 3. It was Murphy in the lead after one phase. We'll see what this looks like after 2. Heat 917 is next for Phase B. Lane 1, car 618 of Miranda Terry. Terry in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 639 of Ari Inman. Inman in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 615 of Dakota Thomas. Thomas in lane 3.
Carly Thomas manages to hold on her lead in heat 916 through the second phase. And just behind, it is William Bivens with a differential of .083, followed by Nathan Christian with .146. These differentials are accumulative over the 2 phases.
All right, so Carly Murphy still in the lead in heat 916. We move on to heat 917, Phase B. Terry in lane 1, Inman in lane 2, Thomas in lane number 3. It was Ari Inman out front after one phase by .028. A little over a tenth back to Dakota. And we'll check for some results here in a moment. 913C is next. The actual 913C this time. Lane number 1 in car 636, it's Andrew Meyer. Meyer in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 647 of Kayla Crawford. Crawford in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 634 of Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 3.
Second phase results for heat 917 finds Miranda Terry stepping out front, followed by Ari Inman at .131, and followed up by Dakota Thomas with .154.
And we see the champs getting loaded in now. Meyer, Crawford, and Bledsoe getting ready to go here. And we are off and racing. Crawford with the lead in this heat, but only by 9 1/1000ths of a second. Meyer 0.059 behind. So we'll see if Connor or Andrew can catch up to Kayla in what is the real elimination phase for this group. And there is the finish line for them. Heat 914C coming up next. Lane 1 will belong to car 609 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 607 of Seth Roseland. Roseland in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 645 of Hannah Sally. Sally in lane 3.
Finally have results for Heat 913. And it finds Connor Bledsoe advancing to the next round. In a very close match race there, it was Kayla Crawford behind by .02, followed by Andrew Meyer with .119. Congratulations going out to Connor.
Off and racing in Heat 914C. Smith lane 1 leading this heat after 2 phases. .073 over Seth, .11 back to Hannah as they come in for the finish. We'll stand by for some results in 914. We're going to go to 915C next. We'll be back to Masters competition shortly, but in the meantime, Superstock Heat 915C. Lane 1, it's car 640 of Nikolai DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 602 of Riley Gresko. Gresko in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 603 of Alyssa Gardner. Gardner in lane 3.
The elimination round for Heat 914 finds Logan Smith advancing on to the next round. .28 behind, it was Seth Roseland, and following up, it was .048 by Hannah Sally.
All right, 915 up next. This is an elimination phase for these champs. DeFriest in lane 1, Gresko lane 2, and Gardner in lane 3. Just 6 1/1000ths of a second separate DeFriest and Gresko, 1 and 2. After 2 phases. As those champs cross the finish. And we'll get you those results in a moment. We're going Masters Racing, round number 2 action here. This is Heat 864A in the blocks. Lane number 1, From Uniontown, Ohio, it's Sarah Colasar. Colasar in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Terrytown, Georgia, Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 3.
Heat 915, the elimination round goes to Nikolai DeFries, who has a cheering section, followed up by Riley Gresco at .017 and Alyssa Gardner at .04. Congratulations, Nick. Nikolai DeFries. Nikolai DeFries.
So here comes our first phase, the first heat of the second round. For our Rally Masters, Colasar in lane 1, Driggers in lane 3. A sophomore at Kent State University taking on a freshman at Vidalia High School in Georgia. As these two come down the track, here they are at the finish line. We'll stand by for some results there. We'll have another elimination phase for the Superstock coming up. Lane 1, car 637 of Nathan Christian. Christian in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 613 of William Bivens. Bivens in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3.
First round action in heat number 864 goes to Sarah Colasar. Cash Driggins followed up with .053.
Our Rally Superstock champs getting loaded in here. Off and racing. You've got Christian in lane 1, Bivens in lane 2, Murphy in lane 3. Murphy with the lead in this phase by .083 over Bivens. And she's got .146 over Christian. Here come these champs to the finish line, past the grandstand. There they are. And we'll have results for you in just a moment on that one. Back to the Rally Masters next in our AUI Rally Challenge. Heat 865A, lane 1 from Owensboro, Kentucky. It's Dawson Gordon. Gordon in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Meriden, Connecticut, Chris Kovach. Kovach in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Polk City, Iowa, Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 3.
Here we go. Heat number 916. Who will advance? Well, it's Kaylee Murphy. She's going to advance. Carly Murphy. She's going to advance to the next round, followed by William Bivens with a .085, and followed by Nathan Christian with .156.
So a Masters heat in the blocks, ready to go. And we're off and racing. Gordon lane 1, Kovach lane 2, Ham lane 3. Regions 12, 11, and 4 represented here. Lane 1 drifting over towards that guardrail. Popular move for lane 1, just got to keep it out of the rail. That's the key as they cross the line. Everything looks good. So we'll stand by for those results. Time for an elimination phase in Superstock. Lane 1 belongs to car 615 of Dakota Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 618 of Miranda Terry. Terry in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 639 of Ari Inman. Inman in lane 3.
First round competition in Heat 8, 5, 6 finds Chris Fetch out in front, followed by Jacob Ham at .063, and followed up by Dawson Gordon at .068.
Heat 917 on the track right now, featuring Inman, Thomas, and Terry. Miranda Terry in the lead of this heat through 2 phases by over 1/10 of a second. So we'll see if that lead holds. Back to Masters we go, Heat 866. Lane number 1, it's car 503 from Lake Forest, California, Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane number 1. And in lane number 2 from Marietta, California, Melanie Ariano. Ariano in lane number 3 in that 2-car heat.
This is our elimination round for Heat 917, and we find Miranda Terry as the victor, followed up by Dakota Thomas at .021, and the differential for Ari Inman was .124. Congratulations, Miranda.
Heat 866A on track right now. Second round, Masters Racing, Knapp lane 1, Ariano in lane 3. A future hair products tester versus a future marine biologist in this one. As they pass under the bridge in the finish line. Results in a moment. .867A coming up next. A 2-car affair. Lane number 1 belongs to Conneaut, Ohio's Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane number 1. And in lane number 3 from South Elgin, Illinois, Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 3.
Results are in for Heat 866, and it is Melanie Ariano stepping out just behind .069 with Andrew Knapp.
We're off and racing in Heat 867A. You've got Thane Hayes in lane number 1, and it's Paige Tiffany in lane number 3. Region 6 versus Region 5 here. As these champs come down for a finish. Results in a moment between Thane and Paige. Meanwhile, Heat 868A in the starting gate right now. Lane 1 from Utica, Kentucky, it's Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Newport Richey, Florida, Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 3.
It is Paige Tiffany taking this first phase of Heat 867, followed by a .088 differential from Thane Hayes.
868A getting ready to go here. And we are off and racing. Leonard lane 1, Smith in lane 3. 2 cars, 2 lanes in this heat. Champs from Region 12 and Region 7 coming down to the halfway marker, crossing over the tunnel. With the cheering sections down here at the finish line, they go across, and we'll have those results for you. Next up is Heat 869A in lane number 1 from Dover, New Hampshire. It's Sydney Bean. Bean in lane number 1. And in lane number 3 from Akron, Ohio, Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane 3.
Results for Heat 868. Looking like this. It's Jacob Leonard stepping out, taking this first phase, followed by, of course, Jillian Smith at .056.
Off they go in 869A. Bean in lane 1, Hicks in lane 3. Champs out of Region 10 and Region 6 in this heat, as well as 2 future nurses. Sydney says wants to be a neonatal nurse practitioner. Stephanie wanting to go into nursing as well. As those champs go across the finish.
It is Stephanie Hicks taking this first round of Heat 869, followed by Cindy BN with .043.
864B on track now. This will be an elimination phase. Lane number 1 belongs to number 516 of Cash Driggers. Driggers in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 518 of Sarah Colasar. Colasar in lane 3. Off and racing in 864B. Triggers lane 1, Colasar lane 3. It was Colasar out front in the first phase. So we'll see if Driggers can close the gap or if it's going to be Colasar moving on. As those two cross the finish line, we'll get those results for you. 865B coming up next. Lane 1, car 537 of Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 527 of Dawson Gordon. Gordon in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 522 of Chris Kovac. Kovac in lane number 3.
Advancing from Heat 864, it is Sarah Colasar. Cash Triggers followed up with a .021. Congratulations going out to Sarah.
Set and ready to go for Heat 865B. It's Ham in lane 1, Gordon lane 2, Kovac lane 3. And after the first phase of this one, it was Kovac out front with both Ham and Gordon about 6/100ths of a second behind. So still very much anybody's heat here. We'll get those results for you here as soon as we have them.
Results from the second round of Heat 865 finds Dawson Gordon out in head, followed by Chris Kovac at .011, followed up by Jacob Ham, .021.
Loading in now for Heat 867B. This will be an elimination phase. Lane number 1, it's car 540 of Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 509 of Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane 3. Off and racing in heat 8, 6, 7. Tiffany in lane 1, Hayes in lane 3. Tiffany in the lead of this heat, so we'll find out here if Hayes can close up that gap or if it's going to be Paige Tiffany advancing to the next round. And as always, we'll wait for the official times. For anybody who may be new to the All-American, we always wait for the official times here. The reason is the finish line is directly under our feet, so we can't see when the champs cross the line. I could make a rough guess, but half the time it would probably be wrong, and we don't want to do that to you. So we'll wait for the official results. 866, Phase B up next. Lane number 1, it's car 505 of Melanie Ariano. Ariano in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 503 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 3.
Taking this elimination round in heat 8. It is Thane Hayes. Thane Hayes will advance just right behind, a very close margin, .007 was Paige Tiffany.
So good close racing between those two. And we expect to see some more of the same out of Andrew and Melanie. Off and racing in heat 866. Elimination phase time for Ariano and Knapp. Ariano leads the heat by .069 entering this phase. Looking close as they come down across the tunnel and underneath the bridge to the finish line. And we'll stand by for those official results. Heat 869 is next in lane number 1 for this elimination phase. It's car 517 of Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 521 of Sydney Bien. Bien in lane 3.
All right, results from heat 866. It is Andrew Knapp advancing, followed up by Melanie Ariano at .015.
Ready for a start in 869B. Hicks lane 1, Bien in lane 3. Hicks leads this phase after leads the heat rather after the first phase by .043. And we'll stand by for official results as those two cross the finish line. Heat 868B in elimination phase next. Lane 1 belongs to car 515 of Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 3.
It is Stephanie Hicks advancing from heat 869, followed by Cindy Behan with a .068 margin.
And regardless of what happens the rest of the way, I think the Stephanie Hicks crew over there is in the running for loudest, most enthusiastic cheering section of the day. There's no prize for that, just bragging rights, I guess, for later on in the weekend. But
you know, I think Christopher Walken often is calling for more cowbell down there.
I would say Region 2 down here was rocking the cowbells earlier. I think they would make a good nominee for that award if it was a real thing, right? 868B on track. Lane 1 is Jillian Smith in car 515. Leonard in lane 3. Leonard leads this phase by .056. And here they are at the finish line. Everybody looking good as they make their way towards run out. And as we wait for our results here, don't forget about our friends at Enduro Photo, the official photographers of the All-American Soapbox Derby. Make sure you check them out at the info tent at Topside to purchase your champ photos. Our photos this year sponsored by State and Federal Communications.
All right, it's Heat 868. Who will advance? I'll tell you, it's Jacob Leonard. Jacob Leonard will be moving on to the next round. Jillian Smith clocked in at .001. You know, this was a tight race.
.865 elimination phase ready to roll here. Lane number 1, it's car 522 of Chris Kovac. Kovac in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 537 of Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 527 of Dawson Gordon. Gordon in lane 3. And we are off and racing. As we wrap up our Masters second round here, you've got Kovac lane 1, Ham lane 2, Gordon lane 3. Gordon leading this phase, but only by 1/100th of a second. And it's only 2/100ths of a second back to Jacob Ham. So this is anybody's heat here in phase 3 as they come to the finish line. And they cross cleanly. We'll get those official times.
Advancing from this elimination round, Heat 865 is Chris Kovac. It is indeed a close race, Jason. It is Jacob Ham behind by 1/1000th of a second, followed by Dawson Gordon of .059.
3 lanes, 3 phases, separated by 1/1000th of a second. Wow. And we see some stock cars coming over the hill now. So we'll be getting going with the rally stock portion of our AUI Rally Challenge coming up in just a few minutes. While we wait, the Soapbox Derby would like to thank the following foundations for their overall support of the Derby: the AAA Advised Fund of the Tuscarawas County Community Foundation, the Akron Community Foundation, the Barberton Community Foundation, the Glen R. and Alice V. Bogus Memorial Foundation, the Bowman Foundation, Bridgestone America's Trust Fund, the Kenneth L. Calhoun Charitable Trust, Key Bank Trustee, the Community Development Block Grant Program of Summit County, Barberton, and Cuyahoga Falls, the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation, the FirstEnergy Foundation, GAR Foundation, GPD Employees Foundation, the Huntington Charitable Grant Program, the Leonard Family Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the John A. McAlonen Fund of the Akron Community Foundation, the Laura R. and Lucian Q. Moffitt Foundation, R.C. Musson and Catherine M. Musson Charitable Foundation, the Ohio Hotel and Lodging Association Destination Marketing Fund, the Pinkerton Foundation, the Reed Family Fund of Akron Community Foundation, the Robert O. and Anna Mae Orr Family Foundation, the Charles E. and Mabel M. Ritchie Memorial Foundation, the Sisler McFawn Foundation, the Lloyd L. and Lewis K. Smith Foundation, the Stithimer Foundation, Timken Company, and Welty Family Foundation. Let's go rally stock racing. Heat 951, Phase A, Lane 1 from Akron, Ohio. It's Samantha Wooten. Wooten in Lane 1. In Lane 2 from Commando Island, Washington, it's Ethan Rochon. Rochon in Lane 2. And in Lane number 3 from Clearfield, Pennsylvania, Gerald Hudson. Hudson in Lane 3. .951 is on track now. So it's Wooten in Lane 1, Rochon in Lane 2, Hudson in Lane 3 in our first rally stock heat of the afternoon. Region 6, 1, and 8 all represented here. And for Ethan, this is All-American Week number 1. As they head down towards runoff, a reminder for our stock champs as we start the stock division, do remember you do need to keep in your lane all the way through run out to a complete stop or you will receive a penalty. Our line judge is watching that very closely. 952 Phase A getting ready to go. Lane 1 from Meriden, Connecticut, Juliana Nocera. Nocera in lane number 1. In lane number 2 from Oakdale, California, Kira Vessels. Vessels in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Akron, Ohio, it's Alyssa Case. Case in lane 3.
Results from Heat 951 finds Gerald Hudson stepping out at this point, followed very closely by Ethan Rochon at .225. And it was Samantha Wooten coming in at .237.
952A underway here. Nocera in lane 1. Vessels lane 2. Case in lane 3. First competitive trip down the hill in All-American Week for Vessels in a Derby debut. Regions 11, 2, and 6 across the track here. And we'll get you those results here in just a moment. 953A is on the way next. Lane number 1 from Akron, Ohio, it's Hunter Case. Case in lane 1. In lane 2 from Vidalia, Georgia, Noah Gordy. Gordy in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Haymarket, Virginia, Ryder Tippett. Tippett in lane 3.
Okay, let's take a look at heat number 952 in Rally Superstock action. The first phase of this goes to Alyssa Case, followed by Kira Vessels, .115, and Juliana Nocera, .218.
Underway in 953A. Case lane 1, Gordy lane 2, Tippett in lane number 3. Another Derby debut here, Ryder Tippett, first time to the All-American. You've got region 6, 7, and 8 represented across the track. We'll get you those results here as soon as we get them. Meantime, Heat 954A getting set. Lane number 1 from Eugene, Oregon, Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Brookline, Massachusetts, Max Jacobs. Jacobs in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Sadie Meyer. Meyer in lane 3.
The first phase of heat 953 goes to Hunter Case, followed up by Ryder Tippett, .022 and .076 for Nora Gordy.
Off and racing in heat 954A. DeFriest lane 1, Jacobs lane 2, Meyer in lane 3. Champs from Region 1, Region 10, and Region 12. All looking clean right down the middle as they head towards the finish line. Our results in that one up next. Then we'll move to heat 955. In lane number 1 from Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Braden Locker. Locker in lane number 1. Lane 2 from Mount Dora, Florida, it's AJ Scarlato. Scarlato in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Clearwater, Florida, Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 3.
Let's take a look at heat number 954, and it goes to Zachary DeFriest. He's got this first round here in heat 954, followed up by Sadie Meyer at .1018, followed by Max Jacobs at .046.
955A on track now. It's Locker in lane 1, Scarlato in lane 2, Mello in lane 3, and some kind of plane in our unofficial lane 4 over there. Here they come down to the finish line. Send a shout out to Scarlato, first time here at the All-American Soapbox Derby. Congratulations on making it to Akron. We'll get you your results in just a moment.
It is heat 955, and Alexa Mello, my bad, leading this at this point with a margin of .188. Behind it is AJ Scarlato, and it is .088 for Braden Locker. .951, Phase B getting ready to go. Lane 1, it's car 700 of Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 720 of Samantha Wooten. Wooten in lane 2.
And in lane number 3, it's car 740 of Ethan Rochon. Rochon in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Hudson in lane 1 leading the way after one phase of this one by a little over 0.2 of a second. Back to Ethan Rochon. Then you go back to Samantha Wooten in 3rd. As they cross the finish line here. We'll get those results momentarily. Do want to share with you some information from the bridge, though. For the stock champs and parents and car handlers and friends that have just arrived, in the 2022 local challenge races, we experienced an issue with the paddle drop system. We're still evaluating the cause of that. Now, in order to determine elapsed time, we've got to know when the paddles drop and when the cars cross the finish line. So that gives us an elapsed time and a differential time. To get just differential time, we only need the finish line times for each lane. And the system's designed to not record anything. If it's not positive, it received an accurate result. So at all times, we've been receiving accurate timing results of cars crossing the finish line. And the times you're going to see on the screens, if you're looking at results.soapboxderby.org or something like that, the results you're going to see are going to be the thousandths of a second of the actual time of day that the cars cross the finish line. So, for example, if a car crossed at 2:35.421 p.m., you would see .421 show up as their time on the screen, as an example. So from that, we can determine the time differential, and that ultimately is what matters here in these rally-style lane swap, wheel swap races. So the differentials will be correct. We'll get the correct winners. We'll get the correct information. Also, as a reminder, when we announce a winner in a Phase 2 or 3, so a Phase B, Phase C affair, we're giving you the leader in the heat overall at that point. It's much easier for us to do that given the issue with the timer that we have. It's much easier to just tell you who's in the lead in the heat and go from there. So when you hear us after a Phase B or a Phase C and you hear the first name, that first name is the leader for the heat after either 2 phases or 3 phases. And yes, there will be an exam on that later today. (952B) getting ready to go. Lane number 1, it's car 714 of Alyssa Case. Case in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 732 of Juliana Nocera. Nocera in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 703 of Kira Vessels. Vessels in lane 3.
Results just in from Heat 951 finds Gerald Hudson leading the heat at this point. Just behind at .144, it is Rochon, followed by Wooten at .194.
952B underway. Case lane 1, Nocera lane 2, Vessels lane 3. Case leading after one phase by a little over 1/10 of a second over Kira Vessels, and then it's about 2/10 back to Juliana Nocera. There's the finish line. Stand by for results. For our stock folks that just may be getting here, another reminder, we're not going to guess on the official results. Your announcers today are standing directly above the finish line. We can't see the finish line, so we're not going to make an assumption on who won a phase based on that. We could get close, we could make it a guess, but probably better to just wait. 953B getting ready to go. Lane 1, car 745 of Ryder Tippett. Tippett in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 715 of Hunter Case. Case in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 722 of Noah Gordy. Gordy in lane 3. Off and racing in heat 9-5-3B. Tippett lane 1, Case lane 2, Gordy lane 3. Case the leader after one phase by .022. Noah Gordy still well within striking distance, .076 back after one phase. We'll get those results in a minute, but we do have those results from 9-5-2, which you saw a moment ago.
Let's take a look at those results, and it shows Alyssa Case out in front so far in heat 9-5-2. Behind with a margin of .114, it is Kira Vessels, and behind that it is Nocera with .254. Results for the second phase of heat 9-5-3 shows Ryder Tipton out in front at this point. Behind with a margin of just .025, it is Hunter Case, and then followed by Noah Gordy at .091.
And we'll go to heat 9-5-6 next. This is phase A, lane 1 from Fishers, Indiana, Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Kenna, West Virginia, Eden Poff. Poff in lane 2, and in lane 3 from Columbus, Ohio, Delaney Nichols. Nichols in lane 3. First time to the All-American for Delaney. Region 5, Region 6, and Region 6 across the lanes, 1, 2, and 3. As these champs come in for a finish. And we'll get ready for heat 9-5-4B next. Lane 1, it's car 736 of Sadie Meyer. Meyer in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 701 of Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 2. Lane number 3, it's Max Jacobs. Jacobs in lane 3, car 729.
The first round of heat 9-5-6 goes to Davis Hinkle, followed by Eden Poff with a margin of .03, and then followed by Delaney Nichols with .079 on that differential.
Nine 9-5-4B on track. Meyer lane 1, DeFriest lane 2, Jacobs in lane 3. DeFriest your heat leader after one phase. Only .018 ahead of Sadie Meyer. .046 ahead of Max Jacobs. So close racing in this heat as they cross the finish line. .955B is next. Lane 1, car 723 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 733 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 721 of AJ Scarlato. Scarlato in lane 3.
Yeah. Okay, here we go with heat 9-5-4. Managing to hold on to his lead, it's Zachary DeFriest, followed by Sadie Meyer with a margin of .093. Closely behind at 0.95 was Max Jacobs.
And we're about halfway home now in Heat 955B. It was Alexa Mello leading this phase. Alexa in lane 1 that time. It was Locker in 2, Scarlato in 3. So we'll find out in a moment whether Alexa can hold that lead. And we will move on to an elimination phase. 951C is next. Lane 1, car 740 of Ethan Rochon. Rochon in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 700 of Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 720 of Samantha Wooten. Wooten in lane 3.
Heat 955. It looks like Alexa Mello is out in front at this point, followed up by Braden Locker, point is 141, and a 1.99 as assigned to AJ Scarlato.
951C off and racing. Rochon lane 1, Hudson lane 2, Wooten lane 3. We'll find out who's moving on to the second round. Here they come into the finish line. Hudson had the lead through 2. And we'll see what happens here in just a moment. Next up will be 957A. Lane number 1 from Camano Island, Washington, Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane number 1. And in lane number 3 from Lancaster, Ohio, Andrew Hunt. Hunt in lane 3, and oh yeah, the pace car in lane number 2. The Fallsway Equipment Company pace car, no less.
Advancing from heat number 951, it is Gerald Hudson. Following with a margin of about 0.66, it was Samantha Wooten and Ethan Rochon at .235. Congratulations going out to Gerald.
957A on track now. It's Siddle in lane 1, Hunt in lane 3. Champs from regions 1 and 6 on track. And maybe someday one of these regions will claim the pace car. But probably not. All right. Looks like Priscilla and Andrew get across cleanly. We'll get results on that one in a moment. Next up, it will be Heat 958A. Lane number 1 from East Otto, New York, Adele Canelli. Canelli in lane number 1. Lane number 2, it's Indianapolis, Indiana's Maranatha Potter. Potter in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from St. Charles, Illinois, it's Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 3.
For this first round of Heat 957, we find Priscilla Siddle out front, followed by Andrew Hunt with .038. And then the pace car.
Past the halfway marker now, 958A, Canelli, Potter, and Senholtz-Linder. Both Canelli and Potter making their first appearance at the All-American this week. And we'll get their results once they're made official. Back to Heat 952. It's time for an elimination phase for these three champs. Lane number 1 in car 703, it's Kira Vessels. Vessels, lane 1. Lane 2, it's Alyssa Case. Case in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 732, Juliana Nocera. Nocera in lane number 3.
And heat 958 goes to Logan Linder, followed up by Adele Kennelly, and at .089, and it was Potter at .154.
Off in racing, heat 952, elimination phase. Vessels lane 1, Case lane 2, Nocera lane 3. Case with the lead after 2 phases. Had a little over a tenth on Kira. As they cross the finish line cleanly, we'll stand by for results. Elimination phase in 953 coming up. This will be 953C. Lane 1, car 722, it's Noah Gordy. Gordy in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 745, Ryder Tippett. Tippett, lane 2. And in lane 3, car 715 of Hunter Case. Case in lane 3.
Advancing from heat 952, it is Alyssa Case, followed by Kira Vessels with a margin of .211 and Nocera at .268.
953C is off and racing. Gordy lane 1, Tippett lane 2, Case lane 3. Tippett entering this phase with the lead in the heat by .025 over Hunter. And it's .091 back to Noah in third. Here they come to the finish. And we'll stand by for those results. 956B is up next. Lane number 1, it's car 717, Delaney Nichols. Nichols in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 711 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 744 of Eden Poff. Poff in lane number 3.
Advancing to the next round out of heat 953 is Ryder Tippett. A margin of, separated by a margin of 0.45. 0.45 was Hunter Case, followed by Nora Gordy at .058.
And a reminder to our champs, our spectators, our car handlers, please make sure you stay hydrated today. I know this breeze helps cool you off, but make sure you drink plenty of water. Or if you're like me and Lou, some of that Ohio's Best lemonade. That's good stuff too.
Oh, that's good.
Off and racing in this heat. Nichols lane 1, Hinkle lane 2, Poff in lane 3. And we take a look at these champs as they come across the finish line. It was Hinkle in the lead, but only by .03 after one phase. And we'll watch these champs in the runout area. We'll stand by for those results. Next up will be heat 959A. Lane 1 from Alton, Illinois. It's Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Charleston, West Virginia, Amelia Frampton. Frampton in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Keystone, Nebraska, Dylan Auerda. Auerda in lane 3.
The second round of Heat 9-5-6 goes to Davis Hinkle. Followed by Delaney Nichols at .08, and then brought up by Eden Poff at .148.
Very, very close racing between Hinkle and Nichols in that last phase. We move on now to Heat 9-5-9. And they're off and racing. Pollock in lane 1, Frampton lane 2, Auerda in lane number 3. As lanes 1 and 2 head off towards driver's right of that center line. For Dylan, this is a first-time All-American appearance. Regions 5, 6, and 4 across the track as they come down for a finish. And we'll get you those results in a moment. Meantime, Heat 960A loading in right now. Lane 1, it's Omaha, Nebraska's Drew Brand. Brand in lane 1. In lane 2, from Elk Point, South Dakota, Kenna Coffey. Coffey in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from St. Clairsville, Ohio, it's Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 3.
Stepping up and taking this first phase of Heat 9-5-9, it is Dylan Auerda.
Auerda.
I'll get it next time, promise. Amelia Frampton at .036, and then behind with a margin of .095, it is Kaylee Pollock.
All right, 960 underway. This is Phase A. Brand lane 1, Coffee lane 2, Sally lane 3. Champs from Region 4 in lanes 1 and 2, Region 6 in lane number 3. There they go across the finish line. And we'll have those results in a moment. .954C is next. Time for an elimination phase. Lane 1, it's car 729 of Max Jacobs. Jacobs in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 736 of Sadie Meyer. Meyer in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 701 of Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 3.
Taking the first round of Heat 960, it's Kenna Coffey, followed very closely behind by Drew Brand with a .005, and then followed by Leanne Sally of .046. Close race indeed.
As we're off and racing now. We're watching these champs as they come across the line. Jacobs, Meyer, and DeFriest. And we are going to have a lane line violation there on lane number 1 of Max Jacobs. So Jacobs will be assessed a 1/10 of a second penalty for crossing the lane line. 955C will be next. Lane 1, it's car 721 of AJ Scarlato. Scarlato, lane 1. Lane 2, car 723 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 733 of Braden Locker. Locker in lane 3.
Advancing from heat 9-5-4, it is Zachary DeFriest. We had Sadie Meyer in there with a margin of .12, and Max Jacobs with a penalty and a differential of .314.
.955A underway here. Scarlato lane 1, Mello lane 2. Leading the heat is Alexa Mello. Braden Locker in lane number 3. And here they come down for a finish. And we'll see how those results affect our overall placement in heat 955. .957B is next. Lane number 1, it's car 748 of Andrew Hunt. Hunt in lane 1. Lane 2, car 741 of Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane 2. And in lane 3, the pace car.
Advancing on heat number 955, we find Alexa Mello. Followed up really close by Braden Locker at .004, and bringing up the rear, it is .234 for AJ Scarlato.
And we're off and racing halfway home in heat 957B. Hunt lane 1, Siddle lane 2. Siddle leads this heat after one phase by .038. And we'll check the results and see how that impacts things. .958B is next. Lane number 1 will belong to Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 727 of Adele Canelli. Canelli in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 712 of Maranatha Promise Potter. Potter in lane number 3.
Leading heat number 9 is Priscilla, followed by Andrew Hunt with a .149.
And the pace car participated.
Yeah, it was there.
Set to go here in 958B. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1, Canelli in lane 2, Potter in lane 3. Senholtz-Linder leads the heat after one phase. .089 to the good over Adele. And .154 over Maranatha. Here's the finish. And I'm being told by the line judges that lane number 3 is going to be assessed a lane line violation. That was Potter in lane number 3. Just a lane line violation, not a guardrail hit. So we'll assess a penalty and move on to the third phase with that group. If we do get a guardrail hit and it's not an elimination phase, they'll have to go back to topside, swap wheels, start from scratch with a penalty assessed. Because would you really want to swap into broken wheels? Probably not, right? So they'll let them go again with fresh wheels, but a penalty assessed if it's a guardrail strike. Just a lane line violation here on lane number 3.
Let's take a result. Let's take a look at the results from heat 9-5-8. Shows that we have Linder out in front, followed by Adele at .029, .209 rather, and then Potter at .281.
It'll be heat 9-5-6C up next. Lane 1 is car 744 of Eden Poff in lane 1. Lane number 2 is car 717 Delaney Nichols in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 711 of Davis Hinkle in lane 3. And we are off and racing in 9-5-6C. About to find out who goes on to the next round out of this group. Poff lane 1, Nichols lane 2, Hinkle lane 3. Hinkle with a lead of .08 after 2 phases. And here come those champs to the finish line. Results once they're made official on that one. 959B is next. Lane number 1, it's car 708 of Dylan Auerda in lane number 1. Lane 2, car 742 of Kaylee Pollock in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 718 of Amelia Frampton in lane 3.
Advancing on, no. Wait a minute. All right, advancing on to the next round from heat 9-5-6, it is Davis Hinkle. Following with a margin of .047, it was Delaney Nichols, and then Eden Poff with .112.
Underway in 9-5-9, phase 2. You've got Auerda in lane 1, Pollock in 2, and Frampton in lane 3. After one phase, it was Auerda with a close lead, 3/100ths. Over Amelia, and when we get those results, we'll find out if Dylan can hold that as we get ready for heat 9-6-1A. Lane number 1 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Rihanna Juarez in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Seabrook, New Hampshire, it's Dashiell Orquist in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Dover, New Hampshire, it's Parker Demers in lane number 3.
Leading at heat 959 at this point, it is Amelia Frampton, followed up closely by Kaylee Pollock at .086, and then followed by Dylan at .107.
Heat 961 on track. Juarez, lane 1, Orquist, lane 2, Demers in lane number 3. Region 4, 10 and 10 across the track on that one as they come across the finish line. 960B is next. Lane 1, it's car 719 of Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 704 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 705 of Kenna Coffee. Coffee in lane 3.
Heat 961, first phase. Looks as if Parker Demers, followed by Juarez at .084, and then Dashiell Orquist with .166.
.960B on track. You've got Sally in lane 1, Brand in lane 2, Coffee in lane number 3. Coffee, your leader in this phase, but only by 5/1000ths of a second after one phase. As they cross the finish line, we'll get the results once they're made official, and that was a good heat for that group. 962A is next. In lane 1 from Signal Mountain, Tennessee, Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Gettsville, New York, it's Adriana Hassan. Hassan in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane 3.
Drew Brand takes the lead at this second phase of 960, followed closely by Leanne Sally at .031, and then .037 belongs to Kenna Coffee.
Heat 962 on the track right now. Stewart in lane 1, Hassan in lane 2, Gresco in lane 3. Regions 12, 9, and 2 right here. And for Hassan and Preston Gresco, their first times here at the All-American. They cross the finish line. Results in a moment. Next up will be 957C. Lane 1, the pace car. Lane number 2, it's car 748 of Andrew Hunt. And in lane number 3, it's car 741 of Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane 3.
leading in this first phase of Heat 9-6-2. It is Chase Stewart, followed closely by Preston Gresco at .004, and behind it is Adriana Hassan, .087.
9-5-7 on track right now. This is their elimination phase. Hunt in lane 2 with about a tenth and a half to make up on Siddle. We're about to find out who moves on to the next round here. We know it won't be the pace car, but we'll wait to find out if it's Andrew Hunt or Priscilla Siddle. Heat 9-6-3 getting loaded in right now. This is phase A for them. Lane 1 from Denver, North Carolina, Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Worcester, Ohio, Owen Hartzler. Hartzler in lane number 2, making an All-American debut. And in lane number 3 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Adonis Wellington. Wellington in lane 3.
Advancing from Heat 9-5-7, it is Priscilla Siddle. Then we had Andrew Hunt clocking in there at .062 behind, and our Fallsway pace car ran.
It successfully navigated the course. 9-6-3, about halfway home now between Flo, Hartzler, and Wellington. These are champs from regions 12, 6, and 5. And nice runs for those champs. And we're being told a lane line violation on lane number 2. So that's Owen Hartzler. There'll be a penalty assessed there. Again, for our champs, extremely important that you stay in your lane, especially as you come across the finish line. If we knock the timing equipment, it's going to cause a very lengthy delay.
Here are the results from Heat 9-6-3. It was Brighton Flo stepping out front, followed up by Adonis Wellington at .043, and it was Owen Hartzler with a penalty assessed, logging in at .169.
Elimination phase just about done in Heat 9-5-8. Maranatha Promise Potter in lane 1, Logan Senholtz-Linder in lane 2, and Adele Canelli in lane 3 there. It was Senholtz-Linder leading that heat after 2 phases, so we'll stand by for results in that one. And we'll get ready for Heat 9-5-9C right now. Lane number 1, it's car 718 of Amelia Frampton. Frampton in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 708 of Dylan Auerda in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 742 of Kaylee Pollock in lane 3.
Advancing on from Heat 9-5-8, it is Logan Linder, followed closely by Adele at .093 and Potter at .218. Congratulations to Logan.
959C ready to go, off and racing. Frampton in lane 1, Auerda in lane 2, and Pollock in lane 3. Frampton holds the lead by about 0.08 seconds over Kaylee. Dylan Auerda still within striking distance too. As they cross the finish line, we'll stand by for results. 961B getting ready to go. Lane 1 belongs to car 731 of Dashel Orquist. Orquist in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 730 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 706 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 3.
Advancing, it is Kaylee Pollock. And we also have Amelia Frampton at .064 and Dylan Auerda at .18. So it looks as if Kaylee will be advancing on.
I got it. Lane 1, correction here, it's Parker Demers in lane 1, Juarez in lane 2, Orquist in lane 3. .961B on the track right now. Lane 1, it's Demers, Juarez in lane 2, and it's Dashel Orquist in lane number 3. Demers leads the heat after one phase. As they cross the finish line, we'll get results for you in a moment. Heat 964A is next. In lane number 1 from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Zachary Potter. Potter in lane 1. Lane number 2 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, it's Eric Gibson. Gibson in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Baser, Kansas, Cooper Plum. Plum in lane number 3.
Managing to hold on to his lead, it is Parker Demers. Parker Demers, followed by Rihanna Juarez at .052. Behind her with a margin of .165, it was Dashel Orquist. Dashel Orquist.
Off and racing in heat 964. Lane 1, it's Zachary Potter. Lane 2, you've got Eric Gibson. And in lane 3, it's Cooper Plum. All first-timers here at the All-American out of regions 5, 6, and 4, respectively. As they cross the finish line. Results here in just a moment. Heat 960, it's time for an elimination phase. Lane 1, car 705, it's Kenna Coffey. Coffey in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 719, Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 704 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 3.
Results in from heat 964, and it is Eric Gibson stepping out, leading at this point, followed by Cooper Plum at .095, and behind that it is .104 for Potter. Potter.
.960 on track for their elimination phase. Lane 1 is Kenna Coffey. Lane 2, Leanne Sally. Lane 3 is Drew Brand. Brand leading the way after 2 phases. He's got about 3/100ths of a second on Kenna and Leanne as they complete their 3rd phase. We'll stand by for results. Heat 965A getting ready to go next. Lane number 1 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Addison Locker. Locker in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Monroe, Georgia, it's Henry Warren. Warren in lane number 3.
All right, we have a leader that's going to advance, Leanne Sally. Leanne Sally turning in a good performance. Just right behind Kenna Coffey at .008, followed by Drew Brand at .045.
Off and racing in Heat 965A. You've got Juarez in lane 1, Locker in lane 2, Warren in lane 3. Champs from regions 4, 12, and 7 right here. And there's the finish for those 3 champs. Results up next. Right now, here's Heat 962B. Lane 1 is car 702 of Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 738 of Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 728 of Adriana Hassan. Hassan in lane 3. Our line judges have assessed a guardrail penalty to lane 3, Henry Warren, in that last heat. So that means they'll send him back to topside for fresh wheels. Warren will be assessed a penalty, and everybody gets fresh wheels after that. Getting loaded in for 962B now. Off and racing in 962B. You've got Gresco in lane 1, Stewart lane 2, Hassan lane number 3. Stewart with a 4/1000ths of a second lead over Preston in the first phase. Hassan right there as well, just 8/100ths of a second back. As those champs straight down the middle to the finish. And we'll get ready for Heat 963B. In lane number 1, it's going to be car 743 of Adonis Wellington. Wellington in lane number 1. Lane number 2, car 734, it's Brighton Flow. Flow in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 716 of Owen Hartzler. Hartzler in lane number 3.
Phase 2 of Heat 962 goes to Preston Gresco, followed by Chase Stewart at .056, and then followed by Adriana Hansen with .099.
963 on track. Wellington in lane 1, Flow in lane 2, Hartzler in lane 3. Flow was the leader after one phase by .043 over Wellington. Hartzler with a little over a tenth and a half to make up after that penalty in the first phase as they cross the finish line this time. Everything looking good.
Maintaining his lead in Heat 963, it is Brighton Flow, followed up by Adonis Wellington at .029. And afterwards, that is Owen Hartzler at .233. That differential takes into account the assessed penalty.
Time for another elimination phase here in just a moment. This will be Heat 961C. Lane 1 is car 731 of Dashiell Orquist. Orquist in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 730 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 706 of Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Orquist lane 1, Demers lane 2, Juarez lane 3. Demers was the leader after two phases. .052 the gap back to Rihanna, and then .165 separating Parker from Dashiell. We'll get those results and find out who's moving on here in just a moment out of Heat 961. Next down the track, it's going to be 964B. Lane number 1 in car 709, it's Cooper Plum. Plum in lane 1. Lane number 2 in car 713, it's Zachary Potter. Potter in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 747 of Eric Gibson. Gibson, lane 3.
Advancing on out of Heat 961, we find Parker Demers, followed up by Rihanna Juarez at .093. Logging in at .307, it is Dashiell Orquist.
Off and racing now, heat 964B. Plum lane 1. Potter lane 2. Gibson lane 3. You've got Gibson in the lead by a little under a tenth, back to Cooper Plum as they come down to the finish line. We'll get you an update on Heat 964 after Phase 2 in just a moment.
And it's Eric Gibson managing to maintain his lead in Heat 964, followed by Zachary Vactory at .022, and then at .122, it is Cooper Plum.
Going back to super stock racing here. In our next round, this is Heat 918A. Lane 1 from Villa Rica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. In lane number 2 from Naperville, Illinois, Vincent LaCitra. LaCitra in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, it's Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3. Region 7 taking on Region 5, taking on Region 12. They cross the finish line. And we'll have results in a moment. Next up will be Heat 919, Phase A, Lane 1 from Hilton, New York, Kristen Trujillo. Trujillo in Lane 1. Lane 2 from Bellevue, Nebraska, it's Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in lane 2, and in lane number 3 from Bristol, Connecticut, it's Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 3.
Taking this first phase of Heat 918, it is Alexa Guerin, followed up by Vincent LaCitra at .015, and clocking in at .022, it is Audrey Rains.
Champs getting loaded in for Heat 919. Kristen, Brooke, and Meadow getting ready to go. And they are underway. Trujillo, lane 1, Hamilton, lane 2, Wells in lane 3. We got Region 9, Region 4, Region 11 right here. And they come across the finish line. Everybody looking clean. Next up will be Heat 920A. Lane 1 from Canfield, Ohio, it's Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 1. Lane number 2 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, it's Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Rochester, New Hampshire, Xander Snelson. Snelson in lane number 3.
Okay, let's take a look at Heat 919, and that goes to Meadow Wells. Followed up by Kristen Trujillo with a .039 differential, and then following that, it was .072 going to Brooke Hamilton.
Heat 920A on the hill right now. Smutney lane 1, Stahl lane 2. You've got Snelson in lane number 3. Champs, 2 champs from Region 6 and a champ from Region 10 in that one. We'll be heading to 962C next. Adriana Hassan in lane 1. Preston Gresko in lane 2. Chase Stewart in lane number 3.
Results from Heat 920 shows Xander Snelson out in front, followed by Hudson Stoll, .07, and it was Laura Smutney at .015.
Getting ready for an elimination phase for Hassan, Gresko, and Stewart. They're off and racing. Gresko the leader in this heat after 2 phases. Stewart with .056 to make up. Hassan with .099. As all 3 of these champs make their way down, over the tunnel they go. Little bit of movement there in lane number 1, but everybody clean past the finish line. And we will stand by for some results.
Preston Gresko managed to hold on to his lead all the way through Heat 962. Preston will advance. Just right behind, it was Chase Stewart, .018, and following that at .041, it was Adriana Hassan.
Champs loading in now for 963C. Lane number 1, it's car 716 of Owen Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 743 of Adonis Wellington. Wellington in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 734 of Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 3. Off and racing in 963. Elimination phase in our AUI Rally Stock Challenge here. Brighton Flow with the lead in the heat after 2 phases. Adonis Wellington right there, .029 back. There is the finish line. And we'll stand by for some results. We'll head back to Super Stock next. A 2-car heat. This is heat 921A, lane 1 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 1. And in lane 2 from Hurricane, West Virginia, Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 3.
Advancing on out of heat 963, it is Brighton Flow. Following up on the times, it was Adonis Wellington logging in with a .047, followed by Owen Hartzler at .193. So congratulations going out to Brighton Flow.
Meanwhile, in the Super Stock division, you've got Peyton Brake on the hill in lane 1, Noah Thomas in lane number 3. 2 champs from Region 6. So we'll get results between Brake and Thomas in a moment. 922, Phase A ready to go. Lane 1 from Woodstock, Illinois. It's Logan Smith. Smith in lane 1. Lane 2 from Lyons, Georgia, Alexis Head. Head in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, it's Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 3.
And we have results from the first phase of heat 921, and that goes to Peyton Brake. Following Peyton, of course, is Thomas with .077.
.922 on track right now. Smith lane 1, Head lane 2, Bledsoe lane 3. About halfway home now across the tunnel. Here they come to the finish line. And we'll get you those results once they're made official. As we get ready for an elimination heat in the stock division. 964C, lane 1, it's car 747 of Eric Gibson. Gibson in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 709 of Cooper Plum. Plum lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's Zachary Potter in car 713. Potter lane 3.
Results from heat 922 finds Alexis Head leading at this point, followed up by Logan Smith at .091, and right behind Logan at .096, it's Connor Bledsoe.
About halfway home now between Gibson, Plum, and Potter. Gibson had the lead in the heat. We'll see if that holds after this. As we get ready now for some super stock racing. 918B, lane 1, it's car 638 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 600 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 610 of Vincent Lasitra. Lasitra in lane number 3.
In the elimination round of Heat 9-6-4, the win goes to Eric Gibson. Close behind, it is Zachary Dwayne at .066, and following that, Cooper Plum at .075. Congratulations to Eric Gibson.
Gates dropped in Heat 9-18B. Rains lane 1, Guerin lane 2, Lasitra in lane number 3. Guerin leading the way after one phase in this heat. Lasitra with .15 to make up. Rains behind by .022. So we'll stand by for results in that one. Next up, it's Heat 923A for the Superstock. Lane 1, it's car 618 of Miranda Terry. Terry in lane 1. Lane 2 from Eugene, Oregon, Nikolai DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Hilton, New York, it's Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 3.
At this second phase of Heat 9-18, we find Alexa Guerin out in front, followed by Audrey Rains at .097, brought up afterwards by Vincent Lasitra at .117.
So Terry, DeFriest, and Murphy on track for Heat 923A. Our champs from Region 6, 1, and 9 across the track. We'll get those results in a moment. Next heat, 919B, lane 1, car 632 of Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 1. Lane 2, car 627, Kristen Trujillo. Trujillo in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 601 of Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in lane 3. Just a brief hold there. As you can probably guess, we are going to get a little debris on the track from time to time when it's this windy. Thanks to our cameraman down there for helping us get that taken care of. And of course, make sure you go check out Enduro Photo, official photographers of the All-American Soapbox Derby. You can see them up at the information booth. And all of our photos this year are sponsored by state and federal communications. So Wells, Trujillo, and Hamilton getting ready to go. Off and racing.
Results in from Heat 9-2-3. And it shows Nikolai DeFriest out in front for this first phase, followed up by Kaylee Murphy at .014, and then followed by Miranda Terry at .022.
919B in the books. Meadow Wells was in the lead after the first phase. We'll see how that shakes out after phase number 2. 920B up next. Lane 1 is car 630 of Xander Snelson. Snelson in lane number 1. Lane 2 belongs to car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 650 of Hudson Stahl. Stahl in lane 3.
Stage 2 action on heat 919 finds Meadow Wells out in front, followed by Brooke Hamilton at .051, and then just a few thousandths afterwards, .059, belonging to Kristen Trujillo.
Just about ready to go in heat 920B. We'll be going to round 3 of the Masters in just a little bit. Off and racing in 920B. You've got Snelson in lane 1, Smutney lane 2, Stahl in lane number 3. Snelson holding a lead after one phase of .015 seconds over Smutney. Stahl still right there, .07 back as they hit the line. Good close racing there. We'll get some results in a moment. Heat 965 is next. This will be phase A. .965A next, lane 1 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. In lane 2, from Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Addison Locker. Locker in lane 2. And in lane 3, from Monroe, Georgia, it's Henry Warren. Warren in lane 3.
Phase 2 action from heat 920 shows Xander Snelson out in front at this point. Just behind at .017, it was Laura Smutney, and then after that it was .067 by Hudson Stahl.
Underway now in heat 965A. Juarez lane 1, Locker lane 2, Warren in lane 3. As they come down towards a finish. We'll stand by for results in that one.
The first phase of heat 965 goes to Addison Locker. Shortly behind with .043, it was Diego Juarez, and following that it was .058 for Henry Warren.
So an update on that 965. They decided to rescind the penalty that we had mentioned earlier in that one. They had thought there was a rail hit. They determined there was not. So no penalties there for 965. We move on to Superstock, Heat 921B. This will be an elimination phase. Lane number 1, it's car 617 of Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 616 of Peyton Blake, or excuse me, Peyton Brake rather. Brake in lane number 3. We're off and racing in 921B. Thomas lane 1, Brake lane 3. We'll see if Brake can hold on to a lead of .077 from that first phase. And here they come down across the finish line. And we'll get those results for you in a moment.
And Brake was able to hold on, and he will advance. Just behind, with a differential of Noah Thomas, from Noah Thomas, it is .128. That's .128. Congratulations going out to Peyton Brake as he advances to the next round.
.922B up next for the Superstock. In lane number 1, it's car 634 of Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 1. Lane number 2, car 609 of Logan Smith. Smith, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 620 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 3. So our champs getting situated in their cars here. And we are off and racing. Bledsoe lane 1, Smith lane 2, Head lane 3. Head was your leader going into this phase by .091. As they're clean across the finish line, we'll stand by for results.
And here we have results from Heat 922. Second phase goes to Connor Bledsoe, followed by Alexis Head with .013, and then it is Logan Smith with .030.
Next up, it'll be Heat 870A. In lane number 1, from Uniontown, Ohio, Sarah Colasar. Colasar in lane number 1. And in lane number 3 from Meriden, Connecticut, it's Chris Kovach. Kovach in lane number 3. 2 cars, 2 lanes in this heat for the Masters. Here we go. We've got a sophomore at Kent State taking on a freshman at Naugatuck Valley Community College. Here they come, Region 6 versus Region 11 right here. And we will stand by for those results. Results from Heat 870, it was Chris Kovac leading after Phase 1. The differential back to Sarah Colasar, .046. On track, it's 918C, Vincent Lasitra in lane 1, Audrey Rains lane 2, Alexa Guerin in lane number 3. And there they are at the finish line. We'll get results in a moment. Attention everyone with canopies and tents along the side of the track. We are expecting some pretty heavy weather this evening. Heavy winds, heavy rains, so we advise you to make sure that your canopies and tents are buckled down and squared away before you leave the facility tonight so that they don't blow away in the storms that are expected later on this evening. We have our final results in Heat 918, and moving on is Alexa Guerin. Differential of .08 back to Audrey Rains and .176 back to Vincent Lasitra. So congratulations to Alexa. Moving on to the next round. On track, you've got Heat 923B, lane number 1, it's Carly Murphy. Lane 2, you have Miranda Terry. And in lane 3, it's Nikolai DeFriest. DeFriest your leader after one phase. But Murphy right there, .014 back. Terry with a differential of .022. And here they come to the finish. We'll have Heat 871A in the Masters next. Lane 1 from Conneaut, Ohio, it's Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Lake Forest, California, it's Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 3. Back to the results in Heat 923 now. And after two phases, it's Nikolai DeFriest leading the way by .009 over Carly Murphy, and then it's .019 back to Miranda Terry. So that should set up a very interesting Phase 3 for that group. Heat 871A on the hill right now. Hayes lane 1, Knapp lane 3. Halfway home over the tunnel, past the grandstand. Here's the finish line. Clean phase for them. We'll get results. While we tell you about Heat 919C, elimination phase coming up. Lane number 1, it's car 601 of Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 632 of Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 627 of Kristen Trujillo. Trujillo in lane number 3. Results of 871A, Andrew Knapp takes phase A of that one. It's a differential of .051 back to Thane Hayes in Heat 871. Off and racing in 919C. Hamilton, lane 1. Wells, lane 2. Trujillo, lane number 3. Wells trying to hold on to a lead of about a half a tenth over Hamilton and Trujillo. As they cross the finish line in that third phase. We'll get you those results once they are official. Heat 872 is next. 872A, lane 1 from Utica, Kentucky. It's Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Akron, Ohio, Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane number 3. Let's get you some results from 919. And moving on out of that heat, it will be Meadow Wells by 0.032 seconds over Kristen Trujillo. And then it was 0.148 back to Brooke Hamilton. Meadow Wells moving on to the next round. Off and racing in Heat 872A. Lane 1, you've got Jacob Leonard. Lane 3, it's Stephanie Hicks. Starting to whittle things down here in the Masters division. Region 12 and Region 6 represented. And there is the finish line. We'll get some results momentarily. 920C at the starting line next. In lane number 1, it's car 650 of Hudson Stull. Stull in lane number 1. Lane number 2 in car 630, it's Xander Snelson. Snelson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane number 3. Results from that first phase of Heat 872. And it is Stephanie Hicks leading the way by 0.069 over Jacob Leonard. So Hicks will take a lead into 872 Phase 2. Meanwhile, 920 Phase 3 on the hill. Stull in lane 1, Snelson lane 2, Smutney in lane number 3. We're about to find out if Snelson can hold on to that lead. 0.017 the differential between Snelson and Smutney. Only 0.06 back to Stull. That's anybody's heat as they cross underneath the bridge. And we'll wait on those results while we get ready for Heat 965B. Lane 1 belongs to car 725 of Henry Warren. Warren in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 707 of Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 735 of Addison Locker. Locker in lane 3.
Results from Heat 920 finds Laura Smutney stepping out and being advanced through this Heat 920, followed very closely by Xander Nelson at 0.06, followed up by Hudson Stull at 0.124.
965B underway. Warren lane 1, Juarez lane 2, Locker in lane number 3. Lane 1, it's looking like we're going to have a potential lane violation there as they cross under. And the line judges confirmed there was a lane line violation on lane 1 of Henry Warren. So we'll stand by for results in 965. Heat 922 will be next. This is an elimination phase for them. Lane 1, car 620 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 634 of Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 609 of Logan Smith. Smith in lane 3.
Results coming in from Heat 965. Leading that heat is Diego Juarez, followed up by Addison Looker. And at .071. Henry Warren, assessing a penalty, has a differential of .219.
Completely crossed it. Did he?
922C.
I've been a cop for 30 years. I know how to judge with the best.
Off and racing. Head in lane 1, Bledsoe in lane 2. It's Smith in lane number 3. Elimination phase with Bledsoe leading the way after 2. Head right there, .013 behind. And then it's Logan Smith, .03 behind. So anybody's heat here as they come down past the grandstands to the finish line. Results once they're made official. Heat 870B is next. This is an elimination phase for these two champs. Lane number 1, it's car 522 of Chris Kovac. Kovac in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 518 of Sarah Colasar. Colasar in lane number 3.
This elimination round in Heat 922 goes to Connor Bledsoe. Just behind, it was Alex Head at .038. And bringing up in third place, it was .118 for Logan Smith. Congratulations to Connor Bledsoe as he advances on.
We're rolling in Heat 870B. Kovac, lane 1. Colasar, lane 3. Sarah with a gap of .046 to make up here. We'll see if Sarah can do it or if it'll be Chris moving on. And there is the finish line. Stand by for results. While we wait for results in 870, Heat 923C is up next. Lane 1, it's car 640 of Nikolai DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 1. Lane 2, car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 618 of Miranda Terry. Terry in lane 3.
The elimination round of Heat 870 goes to Sarah Colasar. Sarah Colasar, no, it goes to Chris Kovacs. Chris Kovacs. Sarah Colasar was close behind at .02. So Chris Kovacs advances on.
Off and racing then in 923C. DeFries lane 1, Murphy lane 2, Terry in lane 3. DeFries had a short lead there. After 2 phases, Murphy right behind .009. Terry within striking distance as well. We'll get those official results here momentarily as we get ready for Heat 872B, another elimination phase in our Masters division. Lane 1, it's car 517 of Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane number 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 524 of Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane number 3.
Let's take a look at heat number 923. Advancing on will be Kaylee Murphy. Kaylee Murphy. And just behind at .016, Carly Murphy. Stand corrected. Nikolai DeFries at .016. And following up, it is .072 for Miranda Terry.
872B getting ready to go now. .872 is underway. Stephanie Hicks in lane number 1 with the lead in this heat after phase 1. Jacob Leonard in lane 3 with .069 to make up. As they roll down past the tunnel in front of the grandstand area, here is the finish. Good clean run for those champs. We'll get those results in a moment. Next up will be Heat 871B. In lane number 1, it'll be car 503 of Andrew Knapp. Knapp in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 509 of Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane number 3.
This elimination round in Heat 872 goes to Stephanie Hicks. Stephanie Hicks. Just behind at .05, it was Jacob Leonard.
.871B is next. Standing by for a start here. And we are off and racing. Knapp in lane 1, Hayes in lane 3. Hayes with a gap of .051 that he'll need to close if he wants to move on. Or we'll see Andrew Knapp in the next round. Here they come down to the finish. There they are across the line. We'll get you some results here in just a moment. Back to stock now for 965C, an elimination phase. Featuring in lane 1 in car 735, Addison Locker. Locker in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 725 of Henry Warren. Warren in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 707 of Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 3.
In the Heat 871 in this elimination round, it is Thane Hayes. Thane Hayes, followed by Andrew Knapp with .014. Thane Hayes will advance.
965C off and racing. Locker in lane number 1, Warren in lane 2. You've got Juarez in lane 3. Juarez leads the heat through 2 stages. But we'll see if Locker or Warren have anything to say about it here as they are across the finish line. We'll get you some results in a moment. I have good news from the Ohio's Best Lemonade stand. I am told on good authority that the buckets are back. And judging by the reaction from downstairs, I think that's a good thing. So go check out our friends at Ohio's Best Lemonade.
In the Heat 965 elimination round, we have Diego Juarez advancing, followed by Addison Locker at .168 and Henry Warren at .177.
Getting loaded in now for Heat 966A for our stock division in our AUI Rally Challenge. Lane number 1 from Clearfield, Pennsylvania, it's Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 1. In lane 2 from Akron, Ohio, it's Alyssa Case. Case in lane 2. And in lane 3 from Haymarket, Virginia, Ryder Tippett. Tippett in lane number 3. A round 2 matchup in our Rally Stock Challenge. And they are off and racing. Hudson lane 1, Case lane 2, Tippett in lane 3. Champs from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Virginia. Regions 8, 6, and 8 across the track. And we'll stand by for a result.
The first stage of Heat 966 goes to Gerald Hudson. And followed by that, it was Ryder Tippett, very close with a .077. And next, it was Elisa Case at .053.
Heat 967 on track now. Lane 1 from Clearwater, Florida, it's Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 1. And in lane 3 from Eugene, Oregon, Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane 3. 2 cars, 2 lanes in this heat. As they come across the finish line here, we'll have those results in a moment. Heat 968 getting ready to go. Lane number 1 from Camano Island, Washington, Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane 1. In lane 2 from Fishers, Indiana, Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 2, and in lane number 3, from St. Charles, Illinois, Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 3.
Information just in from Heat 967 shows Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest out in front, followed by Mello at .082.
Underway in Heat 968A. Siddle in lane 1, Hinkle in lane 2, Senholtz-Linder in lane 3. A future teacher or pilot in lane 1. Someone wanting to go into cybersecurity in lane 2, and a future YouTuber in lane 3. As they cross the finish line here, we'll get you those results in a moment. As we see another 2-car heat being lined up at the top, Heat 969A. Lane 1 from Alton, Illinois, Kaylee Pollock in lane number 1. And in lane number 3 from St. Clairsville, Ohio, it's Leanne Sally in lane 3.
Results from Heat 968 phase number 1 finds Logan Linder out in front, followed by Davis Hinkle at .189, and then followed by Siddle .206.
969 on track now. Phase A, lane 1, it's Kaylee Pollock, and in lane 3, you've got Leanne Sally. Region 5 versus Region 6 right here, and close as they cross the finish line.
Taking a look at Heat 969 in the first phase, we find Kaylee Pollock out in front, and then followed up closely behind, it was Leanne Sally, .009. That's 9/1000ths. So it's going to be a tough race coming up in phase 2.
Heat 970A getting ready to go here. Lane number 1 from Denver, North Carolina. It's Brighton Flo. Flo in lane number 1. Lane number 2 from Las Vegas, Nevada. It's Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Dover, New Hampshire, it's Parker Demers. Demers in lane number 3. Off and racing in this heat. And we can hear that cheering section up at the starting line all the way down here. Region 12, Region 2, Region 10. Cheer on your champs, here they come. As they cross the finish line, we will stand by for results. 971A is next. In lane 1 from Ogallala, Nebraska, it's Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Morrisvale, West Virginia, it's Eric Gibson. Gibson in lane 3.
The first stage of Heat 970 goes to Brighton Flo. Brighton Flo, followed up by Parker Demers with .029. And following up, it is Preston Gresco with .143.
Off and racing in 971A. Juarez in lane 1. You've got Gibson in lane 3. 2 cars, 2 lanes for this heat. A Region 4 champ taking on a Region 6 champ. They cross under the bridge, and we'll have results when they are official. Heat 966B going on next. Lane number 1 is car 745 of Ryder Tippett. Tippett in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 700 of Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 714 of Alyssa Case. Case in lane 3.
Results from Heat 971 shows Diego Juarez out in front, and behind by a margin of .019 is Eric Gibson.
Here we go in Heat 966B. Tippett lane 1, Hudson lane 2, Case in lane 3. Lane 3 drifting over towards that lane line. 1 and 2 keeping it right down the middle. Now we see that little drift in lane number 1. Hudson leads the heat after 1 phase by .007 over Ryder. So we'll see where this one ends up. It was Tippett lane 1, Hudson lane 2, Case lane 3. We'll have those results in just a moment. Heat 924A for the Superstock up next. Lane 1 from Villa Rica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane number 1, and in lane number 3 from Bristol, Connecticut, Meadow Wells. Wells in lane 3.
And it is Ryder Tippett leading Heat 966 at this point, and behind it is Gerald Hudson, .007, followed up by Alyssa Case at .065.
924A is on track. Guerin in lane 1, Wells in lane 3. Region 7 versus Region 11, here they come. We'll get those results between Alexa and Meadow in just a moment. 968B is next. Lane 1 belongs to car 710 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 741 of Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 711 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 3.
Taking the first phase in Heat 924, it's Alexa Guerin, and a margin of 121.121 separates the two with Meadow Wells.
Heat 968 on track. Senholtz-Linder leads this heat after 1 phase in lane number 1. And we'll stand by for those official results. We'll have Heat 969B next in Elimination Phase. Lane 1, it'll be car 719 of Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 742 of Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 3.
And Logan Senholz Linder continues to lead in heat 9-6-8, followed by Davis Hinkle with .149, and followed by Priscilla Siddle, .28.
Heat 969B on track now. Elimination phase for Sally in lane 1 and Pollock in lane 3. A very close heat between these two, just separated by .009 in phase number 1. As they cross the finish pretty close together again. We'll get those results once they're official. Heat 925 in the Superstock is next. This is Phase A in lane number 1 from Morrisvale, West Virginia. It's Peyton Brake. Brake in lane number 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 643 from Canfield, Ohio, Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 3.
This second phase of heat 969 goes to Leanne Sally, followed up by, oh, wait a minute, stand corrected. This second phase, it's an elimination phase, goes to Kaylee Pollock. I stand corrected. Leanne Sally had a differential of .02. So Kaylee Pollock will be advancing.
Brake and Smutney on track right now. Heat 925A. And we'll get those results as they come in. What's this next heat? I'm sorry. Loading. We'll go back to the stock division up next. In lane number 1, in 967B, it'll be car 701 of Zachary DeFriest. DeFriest in lane number 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 723 of Alexa Mello. Mello in lane number 3. We are off and racing in 967B, an elimination phase right here. DeFriest in lane 1, leading the heat through one stage. Mello in second place by .082 after phase number 1. We'll see who's moving on to the next round here in just a moment once we get those results. And then we'll return to our super stock. Heat 926A coming up next. In lane 1 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, it's Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 1. And in lane number 3 from Hilton, New York, it's Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane number 3.
Advancing on from heat 967, it's Alexa Mello. Alexa Mello. And just behind, Zachary DeFriest with .031.
Underway between Connor Bledsoe and Carly Murphy. Bledsoe lane 1, Murphy in lane number 3. Region 12 taking on Region 9 here. as these champs head under the bridge to the finish line. Results in a moment. We move back to rally stock next. Heat 970B, lane number 1, it's car 730 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 734 of Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane number 3.
Results from Heat 926 finds Kaylee Murphy out ahead, followed up by Connor Bledsoe with .014.
All right, so Carly Murphy moves into the lead in that heat. And we've got 970B on the hill. Demers in lane 1, Flo lane 2, Gresco in lane number 3. Flo took the first phase of this heat and has a .029 lead over Demers. A little under a tenth and a half back to Gresco as they cross the finish line. Results in a moment. We'll move to an elimination phase in Heat 971. A two-car heat. Lane number 1 belongs to car 747 of Eric Gibson. Gibson in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 707 of Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane number 3.
Results in for Heat 970. It is Parker Demers leading the heat at this point, followed by Brighton Flo at .023, and then Preston Gresco at .104.
Heat 971 on track for an elimination phase. Gibson lane 1, Juarez in lane 3. Juarez in the lead in this heat by .019. As they come across the finish line, we'll get those results for you momentarily. .966C coming up next for our stock division. In lane number 1, it'll be car 714 of Alyssa Case. Case in lane 1. Lane number 2 belongs to car 745 of Ryder Tippett. Tippett in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 700 of Gerald Hudson. Hudson in lane 3.
Results from Heat 971 finds Eric Gibson advancing on to the next round, just behind Diego Juarez with .041.
.966 on track now. Case lane 1, Tippett lane 2, Hudson lane 3. Tippett with a lead of 7/1000ths after 2 phases. As we stand by for those results. Heat 924B, another elimination phase, is next. In lane number 1, it's car 632 of Meadow Wells. Wells in lane number 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 600 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane number 3.
Advancing on from Heat 966 is Alyssa Case. Off by a margin of .028, it was Gerald Hudson. And next, Ryder Tippett at .055.
Guerin and Wells on track now. Guerin with a lead of .121 entering this phase. And we'll see how that changes things here in just a moment. Heat 968C is next. In lane number 1, it's car 711 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 710 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder, lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 741 of Priscilla Siddle. Siddle, lane 3.
Results for the heat of 924 finds Alexa Guerin advancing. Meadow Wells had a .046.
So Guerin moves on to the next round. We have a hold here as we check the timers. Lots of stuff flying around down here near the finish line. We think something might have flown through the finish line and tripped the extra timer, so we just want to make sure we're reset here. All right, the timer is fixed. We're ready to go here. 968C, lane number 1, car 711 of Davis Hinkle. Hinkle in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 710 of Logan Senholtz-Linder. Senholtz-Linder in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 741 of Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane number 3. Senholtz-Linder leads the heat after 2 phases with an advantage of .149. So we'll see if Logan can hang on or if Davis or Priscilla can close the gap. There's the finish line. We'll have results in just a moment. Up next will be Phase A of our championship heat in the Masters. In lane number 1, in heat 873A, from Akron, Ohio, Stephanie Hicks. Hicks in lane number 1. In lane number 2, from Meriden, Connecticut, Chris Kovach. Kovach in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, from Conneaut, Ohio, it's Thane Hayes. Hayes in lane number 3.
Results from heat 968 shows Logan Senholtz-Linder holding on to advance. Just behind, it was .045 for Davis Hinkle and .174 for Siddle. So congratulations, Logan, you're moving on.
All right, championship heat time for the Masters. Off and racing in phase number 1 of our championship heat for the Masters. You've got Hicks in lane 1, Kovac in lane 2, and Hayes in lane 3. Here they come, 2 champs from Region 6, a champ from Region 11. There's the finish in phase A of the championship heat. We'll get you those results once we have them. And we'll get ready for heat 926B in the Superstock. This is an elimination heat featuring in lane 1, car 626 of Carly Murphy. Murphy in lane 1, and in lane 3, car 634 of Connor Bledsoe. Bledsoe in lane 3. Some results from phase 1 of our championship heat in the Masters. It was Thane Hayes taking that phase by .009 over Stephanie Hicks and Chris Kovac. So Hayes will take a lead into phase 2. Off and racing in 926B. Murphy lane 1, Bledsoe lane 3. Murphy came in with a slight lead of .014 over Bledsoe in this one. And here they come down to the finish line. And we'll get those official results in just a moment. Heat 925 getting ready to go now. This will be phase B in elimination phase. Lane 1 is car 643 of Laura Smutney. Smutney in lane 1, and in lane number 3, it's car 616 of Peyton Brake. Brake in lane 3.
Heat 926 in the Superstock competition. It shows Kaylee Murphy advancing. Carly Murphy. I'll get this right one of these times. Carly Murphy. And just behind, Connor Bledsoe with .059.
Heat 925 on track now. Between Brake and Smutney. Smutney lane 1, Brake lane 3. Smutney with a little more than a tenth of a second lead coming into this phase. Those two cross the finish line. We'll get you some official results in just a moment. Let's take a look at Heat 970C elimination phase coming up in the stock division. Lane number 1, it's car 702 of Preston Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 730 of Parker Demers. Demers in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 734 of Brighton Flo. Flo in lane 3.
In Heat 925, we find Laura Smirty moving on and advancing to the next round. Just behind at .7075 was Peyton Brake.
Off and racing in the stock division now, Heat 970C elimination phase for these champs. Demers in lane 2 led the way through 2 phases, but only by .023 over Brighton and about a tenth of a second back to Preston. Here they come down past the grandstand to the finish. And we stand by for those results.
Advancing to the next round from heat number 970 is Brighton Flow. Off the mark by .076 was Parker Demers. And next, it was Preston Gresco with .104.